And Councilman Shine will lead us in an invocation, followed by the pledge by Councilman Webb.
Now you have to follow me closely. I'm a Methodist, so my prayers are short. Let's bow our heads. Our Heavenly Father, we are so grateful for all the blessings that we receive as Americans, as Louisianians, as Shreveporters. We're asking you today, Lord, to touch our hearts and our minds so that the decisions that we make will be acceptable in thy sight. Amen.
Amen. Please face the flag and join me in the pledge.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Ms. McCullough? Here. Mr. Everson?
Here.
Mr. Oliver Jenkins?
Present.
Mr. Corbin?
Here.
Mr. Webb?
Here.
Mr. Shine?
Present.
Mr. Sam Jenkins?
Present.
We certainly welcome a nearly full house today. I know we have a lot of people here who are here for different reasons, both to participate in the governmental process and some to observe. And we ask for your patience as we work through our agenda today, and look forward to hearing from those who have signed up to speak.
So move, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Second. At this time, we are in the spot on our agenda for council member awards and recognitions. I would like to start us off. You may remember that 2 weeks ago we passed resolutions recognizing Oak Park Micro Society and Claiborne Fundamental School. And due to some scheduling difficulties, nobody was here to receive those resolutions. So at this time, I'd like to ask Victor Monero and staff from Caddo Schools to come up to the podium.
Are we going to vote on approval of the minutes? How about a hand vote?
Let's do
I can
that.
pull it up. I just heard so moved in second and they went on.
You can come on
You
up,
can vote
Victor.
now.
We can vote now on the
You can
machine.
vote
All
now.
Okay.
Thank you. Sorry about that.
Sure. Okay.
It's all yours.
Is it appropriate, Chairman? Thank you.
It is now appropriate.
On behalf of Caddo Schools, we would like to thank the City Council, Mayor Glover, and your office for this tremendous recognition. I do want to extend regrets on Superintendent Dawkins. Currently, we have a Caddo Parish School Board meeting going on at this same time with a budget, so he is at that. So we do send the regrets, but we do have the two directors. You can understand that?
Right.
Absolutely. We do have the two directors of the two schools representing the superintendent that are here, and I'll call them up. If we could have Bruce Daigle come on up, and Cooper Cannett, both are directors of the two schools. And just to give a little background, just so you know what the recognition of National Blue Ribbon Excellence is. Of the process, you can be recognized two ways. One is high achieving performing students. That's one way. The other is closing the achievement gap.
I'm sorry for cutting you off, but the gentleman right there with your cap on, can't wear that in the chambers. Just like when you go before the judge, you can't wear that in the chambers. It looks pretty though. I'm sorry.
Handsome.
Sure. So we had two schools in Caddo Parish. Nationwide in 2012, we had a total of 269 schools. In Louisiana, 5. And out of that 5 in Louisiana, we had 2 in Caddo Parish achieving National Blue Ribbon School of Excellence. So at this time, we do appreciate the resolutions, and I'll call the principal up and let her introduce the staff if we'd be so kind. At first, we'll talk and introduce Oak Park Micro Society, and we have Principal Sabrina Brown Anderson. If she'll please come up.
Look, everybody's got to stand for applause. Everybody's got to stand for applause. Come on, gentlemen. Come on. One of the best innovative administrators, not only in Caddo, but in America. The mayor and I are going to send a letter to Barack Obama. And I think Dale knows him pretty well. So I just want to let you know, you are great. Not good, but you are great.
Thank you.
I know it's not in mine.
Yeah, you can go take that down too.
I know
Okay,
it's.
I got some I'm bringing to you, but he wants to, the chairman is gonna say something. If you wanna,
Yeah, go ahead and bring your staff up and introduce them if you would.
and if you wanna get a
I didn't
picture,
go to school here, I wasn't there.
tell me,
I got
and
it,
look,
Mr. Shine.
since the mayor hurt his legs over that way, we're gonna ask him now, if he can hobble, Mayor, can you hobble down?
We'd be honored to, Mr.
Yeah.
Shine.
Oak Park family.
Yes, he hurt his legs, hey.
Be shy.
Not the time to be shy.
See, you missed those calls.
I saw you.
You gonna stand right over there or right behind you?
This is a resolution recognizing Oak Park Micro Society Elementary as a 2012 National Blue Ribbon School. Now you all know this is something coming from Oak Park, as they used to say, nothing good can come out of some communities, but it goes to show you that God put goodness everywhere. And I want to present this resolution to you. Are we going to read it into the records later on, Mr. Thompson?
Mr. Shine, we did it last meeting.
Yeah, right, when it comes up, we'll read it into the records. But I just want to present this to you, and I want you all to know that I know firsthand, Mr. Mayor. She's in my backyard. She operates a school like a school should be operated. Every child in that school is recognized. She has touched everyone in that school. Children, teachers, and parents. That's why it's so important to have a good leader. It's extremely important to have a good leader. And I'm going to say that she is an excellent leader. You have to kind of sleep and eat what you do, if I'm making any sense to you. To be good at what you do. My dad used to always say, son, whatever you're going to do, try to be the best at it. And this is what Oak Park has become. So I want you to know that not only Shreveport, North Louisiana, and the state of Louisiana is proud of you there.
I promise you, Mr. Shine, today I won't do that, but I do want to join you as well as members of the council and all of Shreveport in expressing our thanks and appreciation for the great work that this entire team of folks are doing to help elevate the quality of education in Shreveport and throughout Caddo Parish. They're doing an outstanding job. They're growing by leaps and bounds. In fact, Mr. Shine is in fact correct. October 2nd or 3rd, I believe, of last year, I was on my way to Oak Park, actually there on campus for a meeting that we ultimately still ended up having before I went to go have my ruptured tendons tended to. The result of that is that this school is expanding. They've now gone from being an elementary school to both an elementary and a middle, and will be moving into a larger facility on next year. And as I understand it, they've also recently consummated an arrangement with the Shreveport Housing Authority to turn over the old Oak Park facility for a partnership that's going to seek to try and develop that into something that will continue to add value and benefit to the community, while they also end up putting themselves in a position to serve more and more students. So congratulations, keep up the great work, and we're so honored and thankful to have each and every one of you here.
Thank you for this honor. We are so overwhelmingly grateful, but I cannot take my seat. Yes, Mr. Shine, he's always a wonderful supporter. I mean, whatever we ask for, he's there. But none of this couldn't have been done without the strong team of teachers, security coordinator, parents. So please make sure you give this wonderful team a hand before they take this. And they took out their time, their summer vacation to come.
You see, they don't get paid for that.
That's right.
All right.
And I will add, as many of you know, Hop on the Bus, that will be one of the schools. In moving in that new facility, that will be one of those schools. So, of course, we will get invitations out to each and every one of you.
And there's also the march over, isn't it?
And there will be a parade.
Correct.
There
Parade from the
will
old
be a parade, absolutely.
Exactly.
And
Sure will,
it's
on
about a
August
block.
10th.
August 10th?
On August
About a
10th.
block, Mr. Mayor, from my house.
I'll race you.
No.
Our second school of excellence, Blue Ribbon status, is Claiborne Fundamental. I will let you know that the principal, Ellen Hall, is out of town, but it's hard to say we have someone better than that, but during the tenure, the previous principal is here, and it was achieved during her status. So, Ms. Marilyn Johnson, if you will bring yourself and your team up, and we'll go ahead and get this resolution.
Jeff, I think that's probably in your district. The students come from both of our districts. So y'all got some good kids.
We're so thankful for y'all being here today and so grateful to be able to present this. And it's special to me in a sense in that I remember when I was in high school at Byrd High School was the year that it was awarded a Blue Ribbon School of Excellence. So I know that the work that goes into that and the effort that goes into improving, closing those achievement gaps and doing the great amount of work that you've done. So we're so proud of you to be here today and love to give you a moment to share with us a little bit about your team and your experience and look forward to presenting you with this great resolution. Absolutely. All right.
Thank you so much for the recognition. As it was said, that I am here on behalf of the new principal, but I must say that I really appreciate this staff because they put in a lot of sweat equity, and the students have worked hard. They bought into that you can achieve as long as you believe, and the parents have given us a lot of support. I appreciate you today. Thank you.
Great.
Ms. Johnson, staff members from Claiborne, I'd just like to add that, yet again, in both instances, these are examples of folks who show and demonstrate that excellence can be achieved no matter what the circumstances are, no matter what the demographic you're dealing with, no matter what the challenges are, if you have proper resources and the kind of inspired leadership that knows how to make a difference. So we thank you all for your service, for your contribution, and again, for your commitment to making Shreveport and Caddo Parish schools better. Thank you much.
We thank y'all for being here, and I think this group certainly recognizes, as well as the audience, that to move our city and our parish forward, it's going to take everybody working together and having a good school system, and we appreciate the efforts here today, and I hope that we're giving out resolutions for 5 or 6 Blue Ribbon schools next year. Any other recognitions from council members? If not, Mr. Mayor?
Oh, I'm sorry. Mr. Mayor, excuse me. I see my neighbor, Mr. Mayor, and your cousin, Ms. Bradford. And I just want to tell, especially Oliver, my neighbor lives in one of the better neighborhoods here in Shreveport. So I know you think you got some real good neighborhoods out there in your district. But my neighbor lives in one of the better neighborhoods in the city of Shreveport, Mrs. Bradford. Ms. Bradford, good to see you down here. Okay. And she's the mayor's cousin now.
Councilman Sam Jenkins.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to take this opportunity to remind especially the patrons of our Sport Trans bus system. They will have a meeting this Thursday at Airport Park. That's going to begin at 6 p.m. A consideration is being made to relocate the bus terminal, which is presently on Crockett Street, to Murphy Street. It'll be across the street from the new municipal court building. So we certainly want to urge those persons, especially those patrons who ride the bus, if you can, to make it out to this particular meeting. Your input is being sought as to what impact would be involved. And there's certainly some information I know those of us on the council would like to receive before, any other decisions are made. I personally have been looking at this move. I think it may be a good move for a lot of good reasons, but at the end of the day, I don't ride the bus as much as others do. So I'm hoping that those persons who do ride the bus on a regular basis, that you will participate in this exercise, you will come out to the meeting, you have your questions and your concerns addressed. I understand today at the present terminal on Crockett Street, there may be some information available there at the terminal that you can receive and know and get some information concerning this particular move. I do think it affects a lot of our citizens here in the city. I just want to remind you that this is an opportunity where you get an opportunity to say something. So that's going to be this coming Thursday, June the 13th, and it's going to start at 6 p.m., and that will be at Airport Park. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councilman Jenkins. Councilman Everson.
And I want to thank Councilman Jenkins for mentioning that meeting on Thursday. I did have the opportunity to attend the information session today at the main terminal in downtown. And it was great to see a lot of people come in with questions to ask about how their route might be affected, giving opinions on what they thought about the new design of the new facility. And I have to say, usually when the city does something or we're part of something that's a large transitional change, you're often met with a lot of apprehension, and so you're prepared for that, and you expect that there may be a lot of negative comments. But I was, at least in the time I was there, the bus riders who were there had very, very positive things to say about this new design. They were very pleased with the building. They did have questions about how it would impact their routes and their typical travel needs, and it was a great place for them to get them answered. So I highly encourage people, if you do ride the bus and you didn't have an opportunity to attend today's, Thursday's meeting will be a wonderful chance to follow up on that and get yourself an opportunity to be heard. In addition to that, I'd like to, if the time is appropriate, recognize Ann Fumarola from Shreveport is here with us today, and I think each council member should have received a report on the economic impact of Shreveport. So I'd like to invite Ann to come up and just give us a little overview of this report.
Good afternoon. Usually when I'm standing here, I'm talking about educational impact, but we've been doing a lot of surveying because we're entering into a capital campaign, getting ready for a capital campaign. So we looked at our economic impact, and so I brought it to you. Last year we did Titanic, and we also did Body World, and we found out that we brought in 31,000 people to see Titanic with the ship going down, and the other 33,000 came in to see Body World. Some of them were the same people. That was really great visitorship for down on the riverfront. We'll have our highest numbers that we've ever had for the fiscal year 2012, which that's all wonderful. Of course, we did not make a ton of money on these exhibits. That was never really the goal. The goal was to get people back to Shreveport. Those are really expensive exhibits, and we had a really great year. Overall, our economic impact is about right around $20 million a year when you look at what we spend, what people come into town and do, how we buy, and everything else in the community. I just thought it'd be a nice time to come by and tell you all thank you so much for what you do for Shreveport and give you a little update other than when I'm standing here asking for money. I thought maybe you'd like to see me. And who's this guy over here, this skinny guy? But thank you so very much for everything the city does for Shreveport. It is very much appreciated, and we believe that we're holding up our end of the bargain and trying to make sure that we're the best thing on the riverfront. So thank you.
Thank you, Ann. Thank you, Ann. Numbers are great. Yeah, I think they deserve
All right, if there are no other council recognitions, Mayor Glover, on to recognitions and city business.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the council. We'll combine all of ours in one. I'll start where you just left out by also adding to the chorus of folks who express appreciation to Ann Fumarello and all of her team over at Shreveport. They are, without question, one of the very best things, not only on the Shreveport riverfront, but in all of Louisiana. I'm just honored to have been amongst the group of folks, old dinosaurs as we are, Mr. Shine, back in the early 1990s under the administration of Hazel Beer, who were part of the team of folks who helped to support that effort. And it has been something that has added tremendous value and benefit to this community. And as Ann just pointed out, it also is having a tremendous economic benefit as well, in addition to what it does to our overall quality of life. And I think we should accept it as one of our collective challenges to figure out how it is that now that it's had its first almost 2 decades of existence, how it is that we manage to position it to go on to have even more decades of enjoyment and benefit for this region. In fact, since Ann doesn't recognize me, I'll remind her I'm the guy that she accompanied to Atlanta and Chattanooga to look at aquariums back in 2007. So just that to kind of gives you a little bit of additional recollection. But that's one of the ideas and concepts that she and I and others have talked about over the years that could be added to a part of the mix that is Shreveport. But again, it's been a great presence, a great contribution to this community, and will continue to be as long as we stay faithful to it. So thank you, Ann, and all the folks at Shreveport, all of your board members, and all of your patrons, citizens across this city who have reached deep into their pockets to help make that facility all that it is. Much appreciated. Great example of a public-private venture. Also want to join Councilman Everson and Councilman Jenkins in making reference to the sports fan hearings. I'm glad that Councilman Everson, you referenced that in fact those hearings did start this morning. Started at 10 o'clock, will go on until 6 o'clock this evening. And it has been, according to Shelley and Jean and others, quite productive, and we do look forward to the additional dialogue that will take place on next Thursday. I'm also excited to again announce SportTrans participation in the annual Dump the Pump event, which will take place on next Thursday, the 20th of June. It will join other public transportation systems nationwide to participate in the annual National Dump the Pump Day. On next Thursday, make plans to keep your keys on the counter and save a few bucks on gasoline. I believe I participated in this effort back in 2011. It was a great event, enjoyed it a great deal, and encourage those around the city who are interested in doing so to please do so. It gives folks a chance to be able to expose themselves to public transportation and to see how flexible it can be in terms of providing you opportunities here. Also want to let the council know, as well as the citizens of the city to know, and in particular our young people, that we announced this morning the third installment of the Project Swim effort. If you all recollect, in the aftermath of the tragic drownings of the Stewart and Warner children in August of 2010, one of the things that this community came together and thought would be of great value and benefit would be to see if we could create a mechanism that would afford young people an opportunity to be able to learn how to swim and to do so for limited expense. In the intervening 3 years, not only hundreds, but at this point, well over 2,000 young people have learned how to swim as a result of the collective efforts of Shreveport Parks and Recreation, along with the Rock Solid Foundation, and with the generous support of local patrons, the Community Foundation, but most particularly Judah Hertz and the Hertz Foundation, which has underwritten the entirety of last year's effort, and essentially this year gave us the directive to allow as many children who are willing to learn how to swim, and they will ensure that we have the resources necessary to cover the expense. And so we look forward to that effort going forward. Registration will be on site at 933 Linwood Avenue at the Calvary Dome, as it's referred to. As you drive along Linwood, there at Calvary Church and the Calvary School campus, you'll see the big dome structure that's there. Registration is daily, Monday through Friday rather, from 7 a.m. to 6 p.m. The actual lessons themselves will be offered at 5 swimming pools across the city, and we look forward again to being able to provide this opportunity to young people all across this area. At this point, as I mentioned, the count is well over 2,000 who have received swimming lessons from this program. They have been as young, Mr. Webb, as 6 months and as old as 74.
6 months.
6 months. And so we...
So you tell me I'm still young enough to take...
You are still... We anticipate Your arrival,
I say
Mr.
y'all
Shine.
get me in.
Also want to mention that before we have our next council gathering, the Let the Good Times Roll Festival will convene here in the downtown area. Want to encourage folks to come out and participate, just as we saw with the Mudbug Madness, which is considered to be one of the top 10 festivals in the entirety of the country. It's yet another great opportunity to come and enjoy Northwest Louisiana. Also want to commend the folks who continue to make the Shreveport Farmers Market one of the special events and offerings for this community. It's now going from 7 o'clock to noon on Saturdays and from 3 until 6 on Tuesdays. And so they're actually there now. And if we are very quick, and I'll try and wrap up here quickly, we might get a chance to get some fresh corn for dinner tonight. Before we get to the official aspects of my comments, Mr. Shine, since you recognize my dear cousin, who in addition to all of the other wonderful things that she does is the executive director of the Regional Sickle Cell Anemia Foundation. She's also joined not by a Bradford, but by a Bradley on the other end, Fiamula Bradley. They have a number of young people here who are with them today. I'd like to invite them and those young people to come forward to introduce themselves and let us know exactly why they're here enjoying this great council meeting about.
That's great, Mr. Mayor. That's a very important organization that they represent.
Absolutely.
You know, I helped raise families.
But they wear many hats. In addition to sickle cell, Fiamula also heads up the Region 7 smoking cessation campaign, and is very active with the Zenos and Kudos and the Top Ladies of Distinction, and is also a newly minted member of Delta Sigma Theta Sorority Incorporated. So
I know her daddy well, and she's such a pretty lady, and I tell her daddy that all the time.
Absolutely.
Well,
and she's balanced in her sororital affiliation, of course, by my cousin, who is a member of Alpha Kappa Alpha Sorority.
That's why she has the pink on.
Good afternoon, Mayor Glover, and to all of the distinguished council members. We're delighted to be here today. As regional manager for the Louisiana Campaign for Tobacco-Free Living, we have the opportunity every year to grant or to award over $600,000 of grant money to nonprofit organizations and colleges and universities who are interested in furthering the cause of tobacco cessation, educating individuals about the dangers of smoking and secondhand smoke, and also looking at the tobacco advertising and how that affects youth. And so today I have with me youth from both of the organizations that were mentioned, Turning Point Incorporated as well as Sickle Cell, who are working in the community to learn more about tobacco advertising, how it affects youth, how that advertising is also skewed to really get them to become smokers. And so they have worked diligently for the last several months. And if you don't mind or will allow us, he'd like to pass out personal invitations to each one of you to come to a luncheon that will be held on next Wednesday.
Because Dale might be a smoker.
I'll read the mayor's.
Oh, okay.
We'll share.
But we want to personally invite each of you to come out and to look at some of the results of the tobacco advertising in North Louisiana, namely in Caddo Parish, just so that you'll be aware of what's going on. And again, we applaud the work that these young people have been doing, and certainly want to thank you for your continued support for the Louisiana Campaign for Tobacco-Free Living and the DEFY program.
Make sure you bring Ron one. He doesn't smoke, but I think he chew a little bit.
Thank you. Do you want to have the young people introduce themselves and let us know who they are?
They gave me yours.
First off, I would like to thank the council for allowing our organization on behalf of Turning Point Services as well as Sickle Cell, and I would like the youth to come up and just kind of say your name and your age.
And school.
And school.
My name is Jamon Davis. I am 13 years old, and I go to Broadmoor Middle Laboratory School.
All right.
I don't need to tell you whose district that's in.
Oh, okay, y'all.
My name is Laderick Upshaw. I'm 18 years old, and I just graduated from Shreveport High School.
All right, I'm Indian.
Well, look like a little boy.
My name is Kalia Ilwas. I am 13 years old and I go to Woodland Leadership Academy.
All right, that's in my district.
My name is Tredavious Upshaw. I am 15 years old and I go to Fair Park High School.
All right, them Indians. Sam, that's your.
My name is Latoya Williams. I'm 15 years old and I attend Fair Park High School.
My name is Brianna Rogers. I'm 16 years old and I attend Woodland Leadership Academy.
All right.
My name is Sankia Turner. I'm 12 years old and I go to Uri Drive Middle School.
Uri Drive.
All right.
Where is that, Oliver?
Apparently in
My name is Marcus Smith. I'm 15 years old and I attend Booker T. Washington High School.
I'm lying. Booker T.
And I'm Lily Bradford, Joe Shine's neighbor.
There you go.
And the mayor's cousin, so, you know, I have plenty of connections on this board.
Right.
We thank you for, yes, that's right.
And my Sarah.
And my Sarah, my sister.
And of course, the mother of one
And,
of our very
no,
dear
Jeff,
friends, Tari Bradford.
That's right, I'm Tari Bradford's mother. Thank you so much for letting us come today. And we did want you to know what the young people are doing in the community. We do have some young people that are really doing things that are important in the community, and we thank you for your support of them. So again, I won't take up any more of your time, but thank you so much for letting us come today.
Thank you, Mrs. Brown.
Mr. Chairman, members, at the next council meeting, we'll look to provide a detailed report regarding some issues that we tracked from this last legislative session, which recently closed, but some areas that we'll cover specifically will deal with the ID concern that you and I have discussed, Mr. Chairman, and others have shared, I think, with both of us about what the status of that particular situation is and what implications it will have for the state as a whole, in particular for folks who will seek to fly out of our airport. Also, we'll have some discussion about ongoing issues at the LSU Health Science Center and several other matters as well. Also, we'll be able to further detail, as Councilwoman McCullough mentioned on yesterday, the successful effort to secure some $400,000 to go towards the Heritage Place effort at C.C. Antoine Park, which will greatly enhance our abilities to be able to move forward and stand that project up. We're very excited about that. Also gives us an additional dimension to be able to offer to our competitive package for the Choice Neighborhood Initiative. That $400,000 can be a part of helping us to ultimately secure somewhere in the neighborhood of $30 to $35 million. So we're very, very thankful and appreciative of the efforts that came together to be able to help make that happen. And then now back to local matters. As you all know, the week of Memorial Day, between missing the Monday collection due to the holiday, as well as to some staffing challenges along with equipment challenges, we ended up getting somewhat behind. Even so, I pulled my garbage cans back up because they were so light. I didn't even know they hadn't been emptied yet. And ended up missing the week because Friday collection didn't come to the west side. Thursday collection didn't come to the west side until Friday. And so I know you all, as council members, have gotten several calls and expressions of concern. And so I want to ask Stan Harris to come up and give you guys an update of where we are and where we're going. You know, we've been in an ongoing dialogue about our solid waste collection situation. We're looking forward to continuing that dialogue with you. We think the fact that this year will mark the last year that we will be collecting garbage over in Bossier and in many ways subsidizing the cost of doing that gives us a chance to be able to have a clean slate and to reset the clock in terms of how we deal with and approach solid waste collection here in Shreveport, and we look forward to working with you guys to unveil that for 2014. Okay.
Very good. For the most part, we're pretty much back on schedule. We do have every so often we'll have some incidents where we may have missed some areas from that day, where we usually pick those up probably within the next hour of the next morning, actually. But for the most part, we're back on schedule. The biggest problem we have is just our equipment is old. We have quite a bit of it. We usually put out about 45 trucks a day. Anywhere from about 10 to 12 of those trucks go over to Bossier. And so I think it was the week of where we had the holiday, we had the problem with the equipment, we had dropped down to like 37 trucks that day. And that caused us some problems, it caused us to fall behind. And so when we get in that situation, we try to do our best. We're on overtime, we try to make it back up and try to catch up on Saturday as well. So, but for the most part, we should be back on track right now. But again, in some cases where we do miss some in a particular day, they're brought to our attention, we pick them back up the next morning very quickly. I'd be happy to answer any other questions you might have.
And I think, you know, besides equipment problems, and we had some employees who were sick and things like that, as well as the Memorial Day holiday, we also had 2 days of storm damage in there as well. So
that is
we
true.
had a lot of things working against us at one time. And
that is true.
I think we understand that, and it's good to hear that we're back on schedule.
Right. And you know, once it'll be a long summer for us, and once the Bossier contract ends, you know, we'll be picking up about 66,000 households versus about 85,000. So that's going to be a big difference. I think our citizens will see a big difference in the service. Thank you.
Thank you, Stan.
Stan, Mr. Chairman, members, I also think all of us will get a chance, especially our citizens, to get a chance to really get inside the dynamics of a solid waste collection effort. As I mentioned earlier, as we wind down our 2-decade-plus relationship in doing collection for Bossier, and as they ramp up their efforts to put in place their own system. It's already been announced unequivocally that they're going to be looking at least 100% increase in what they currently charge their citizens for the cost of collecting solid waste over in Bossier. It gives you an example of just how big of a gap there actually was between the service that we were providing, the cost of the service that we were providing, and what the private sector is ultimately going to end up demanding that they be compensated. I think the other area that will be quite instructional for us is to see the adjustment in terms of how that solid waste is collected. The company that will do the collecting for them is the same one that collects our recyclables. And if you've had a chance to be able to see the stock that they use to collect those recyclables, there's probably a very good chance that they would anticipate using much of, if not that same exact stock, to pick up the solid waste there in Bossier. That particular form of collection is a one-man truck that is substantially automated, and that one-man driver essentially stands in this truck, pulls alongside that container, reaches out with an automated arm, picks up that container, dumps it into the receptacle, sets it back down, and then drives on to the next household. We have rear loading packers with 2 to 3 people who in turn get off the truck, put those packers onto the hydraulic lift to dump them. And then those folks also are the ones who are responsible for picking up the tree trunks, the tree limbs, the sofas, the stoves, the refrigerators, the water tanks, the dressers, and all the other things that are left out on the curb, with the expectation that the Shreveport Solid Waste Department will pick up here in the city of Shreveport. When you run the kind of automated operation that the folks at Allied Waste make use of, they don't have any type of protocol that calls for what it is that we do here. And so I think, again, as I stated earlier, this will be a chance for us to be able to take some lessons from those folks who have to make use of the private sector to do these types of collections, and see how it is that we ultimately end up making ours more effective by making them more efficient. So look forward to the process.
Councilman Webb.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I assume Bossier's still going to be using our landfill?
That I don't know. That's up to them.
They have an option of both. I think Allied has facilities both here and in Webster Parish, if I'm not mistaken.
That is correct.
How do we compare to dumping fee rates to Webster Parish?
I think we're comfortable with them, pretty close.
I hope they take it to Webster, because I'd like to
save some room enough.
Keep our lights a little bit longer.
There's a revenue component certainly for us there, but
the millions and billions of dollars that a new landfill costs, I'd rather them send it to Webster.
Adding years to our landfill life would be of great benefit and value. It's one of the
cost-benefit
motivating
trade-off
factors
there,
for
we'll have to look
recycling
at.
and obviously for seeing that waste go someplace else.
Mr. Chairman, Shan, just before you go,
Yes, sir.
We're doing our charging.
about 20 years ago, there was a young man who got elected to the city council from the Cooper Road area. I won't call any name.
All right.
But you know, he was very energetic. He hadn't hurt his knees at that time. Maybe I'm giving it away. Am I?
No, you're not giving it away.
Hell, I'm not giving away the secret.
We can't figure out who that is.
Right. I hope y'all can't figure out who that is. But now, he was very energetic. One morning, we looked up. He was a city councilman. But guess who was on the back of that truck? That young city councilman. I was hoping that before I got off the council, I'd be able to, well, that young city councilman eventually got to be mayor. Now, Mr. Mayor, I don't know whether Sam is going to take a hint at that or not. But that's a good way for you to get to be mayor. Spending your little time on the back of one of those garbage trucks so you can actually see how it operates. I mean, you get a first hand. I've given it away, don't you, Mr. Mayor?
Yes, you do.
You're right. You actually get a first hand. So if you see Sam out there one morning with a towel around his neck, you know what he's doing.
Hold on, but just a sec. Then I believe somebody on this council has a little leg up because there is one of our council members that have been on. Councilwoman McCullough's already been
I
on.
tried to hijack one of them.
Oh yeah, she did a little tour.
She's been on the back of one of the trucks.
No, I went on the yard and flagged it down,
Really?
got on it, and they pulled me off.
Oh,
The mayor had them to pull me off.
well,
Liability.
I guess he didn't want you to, right, liability. I guess he didn't want you to get hurt. But I just want to tell you and your guys do a fantastic job.
Okay.
They really do a fantastic job, and you know, I support them 100%. And I just hope they keep on doing what they're doing, and they understand that they got somebody in the mayor's office who's been there with them, who know what it's all about. Now, I was scared to get on back on one of those trucks because I was too light. You see, the mayor was big enough to hold it down, and I didn't know whether I was big enough to hold it down back during that time. So you can tell you guys that we really appreciate.
Okay, we appreciate
Really
those
appreciate the job that you all do.
We'll definitely pass that on to them. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Stan.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Shine, I appreciate you for referencing that, and it's almost as if you may have read my mind because I believe, if I'm not mistaken, this September or October will be exactly 2 decades since I spent that day on that garbage truck. But now, I also want you all to know, as council members, I was not alone. In fact, it was your very own Arthur Thompson, who was not nearly as visible standing behind me to the cameras.
Right.
Unfortunately, I tried to give him the step around, but you know, Arthur's always one to not seek the limelight. But he, in fact, came out and joined me that day. And in fact, I also believe it was a council staff member, Ms. Diane Lee, who was kind enough, Mr. Shine, to take an extra large solid waste collection shirt and put a split in the back of it and sew a section from another extra large solid waste collection shirt so that I could go out and be properly adorned.
Right. He was so big back then.
It was an effort that was greatly supported and facilitated by the council staff. I enjoyed it a great deal. In fact, I do in fact tell the guys who are on the job now who were not working back then that it was a harder job in those days because it was before the hydraulic lifts and the 96-gallon containers. And you literally had folks who had the galvanized cans that would sometimes number into the dozens that you had to literally pick up with your individual fingers and bring from around the back of the house on the side and walk down and empty each one of them and then walk them back up. And so it's always been a difficult job. It was harder back then. It's greatly respected. And if my doctors and the good Lord says the same, we may take another shot at it on
hope so.
The 2-decade anniversary of it.
Dale, I want you to be there with a camera here.
Got it.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, members of the council. And with that, we will wrap up our council, mayoral communications rather, and hand it back over to you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And this may very well be a good time to take up our piece of...
Before I do that completely, Mr. Chairman, if you don't mind, I want to take the opportunity to share with you all. Also, I've asked staff to research it and confirm, but we have just been apparently here in Shreveport, Northwest Louisiana, designated as one of the, and let me read, America's fastest growing cities. Of some 475 cities from around the country, evaluated in terms of population growth and working age population, that being 16 plus, between 2007 and 2011. Employment growth in the percentage of employed residents 16 and over between 2007 and 2011, as well as income growth in median income for workers between 2007 and 2011. Out of 475 communities across the country, the city of Shreveport comes in at number 20. Wow.
I know a certain demographer that will certainly have a retort to that specific. We'll be sure to receive an email along those lines within 24 to 48 hours.
Well, here's the great news. He's usually as wrong in those projections as he is about predicting the outcome of mayoral races.
Whoa. Wow! Wow! Well, I'm sure he would appreciate a first-hand email of that particular data so he can get a head start on it.
Wow. It's rough up ahead of them, Mr. Chairman.
What I was about to say is maybe it's a good time to pick up our piece of legislation where we talk about the cost of printing our minutes, but instead we're going to move on. We're going to move on at this time to reports. Does any council member have any concerns relative to property standards at this time?
Mr. Chairman, I have a request that I'd like to make to the CAO.
Yes,
the 3700 block, and this is, I guess, kind of property standards. The 3700 block of McDaniel out in the Hollywood Heights. I've gotten quite a few calls. I went by to look at it. This is not really.
This is public works.
Public works. There's some 2 big piles of trash. Okay.
Councilman Oliver Jenkins.
Well, you know, you always do this, and I'm never quite as ready.
Stand by, Dorothy.
3807 Cresswell. If you could send somebody there, take a look. I appreciate everybody's indulgence and patience.
And Dorothy, just real quickly, I appreciate your response on the Queens Highway property. Could you, not right now, but in the next couple of days, get me a schedule of when that was cited and when we can expect some action on it? Thank you.
Okay.
Before
you leave,
are those new glasses?
No, sir.
Okay.
Were you able to find a date for us to meet with North Shreveport Business Association?
Yes, we scheduled it for, well, Councilman Epperson agreed for Thursday at 2 o'clock. Is that okay with you?
Thursday at 2 o'clock. Yes, and actually we agreed to have it in Debbie Martin's office. So I don't know if that was discussed as well.
That should work. I don't think we had a
Last
place.
Friday, we agreed to actually meet in her office. It was just a matter of getting the date and time and me informing Councilman Epperson and yourself.
Okay.
So the meeting was scheduled.
Well, I had sent an email, and Councilman Epperson did respond that Thursday at 2 was okay with him.
Okay.
And if it's good with
I'll
your
put that down on
schedule,
my
then
calendar
that'll
as
be
well.
fine.
Okay.
All right?
Thank you so much.
Don, I'm sorry, just one other thing. Down on Bethune, you know what we took a look at?
Yes, sir.
Would you is Captain Willis still back in?
Yes, he is.
Would the two of y'all kind of get together to see, because there was a problem there,
Correct.
and, just kind of work it out together?
Yes, sir.
And I wish you would keep me informed
I
on
will do that.
progress that's going on.
I will do that.
Thank you.
Anything else for Ms. Farnell? Thank you, Dorothy. Okay, I believe we've received our revenue collection report and surety bond report electronically. Dale, would you make a few comments about the revenue, and then if there's any questions?
We do, and I'll turn it over to my subject matter expert, Ms. Sharika Fields, Assistant CEO. She has some notes on general numbers and revenue that we think the council would be interested in.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I have a month-end budget update. May 2013 month-end and year-to-date sales tax collections for the city were down 0.01% and 2.7% respectively compared to May 2012 month and year-to-date end collections. Total general fund revenue receipts as of the month ending May 2013 are at 39.5% of the annual budget compared to month end May 2012 when general fund revenues were at 41% of the annual budget. Actual revenues received year-to-date are down 7.5% compared to the revenues that were received during month end of May 2012. And this reduction is due partly to reduced sales tax revenue and also a 5.2% reduction in external service charge collections as of the month end. Currently, the city's annual audit,
Go ahead.
Okay, before we go on, external service charge, is that what you said?
Correct.
And is that a function of reducing millage on property tax, is what that number is inclusive of?
It's not including any property taxes. It includes like public works collections, external fees that are charged by the city.
Landfill fees, things like that.
And those reductions, partly to a reduction in the collections at this point.
And that total piece of that volume is what, less than 5 or 6% of our total revenues only?
It is $13 million of our annual budget.
So a little less than 7% or something in there? Gotcha. Okay. Sorry.
The city's annual audit is currently in the completion stages, and the city budgeted $8.6 million as its 2013 estimated beginning fund balance. Unaudited numbers that are in the works right now show year-end 2012 actual fund balance at $6.4 million, which is about $2.2 million short of what was budgeted. So based upon this number, the ending 2013 fund balance will be estimated at approximately $2.2 million versus the $4.2 million that was initially budgeted. This number includes the $1.5 million transfer for public safety pensions and the additional $500,000 that we expect to receive in additional EMS reimbursements. Furthermore, as a part of the 2014 budget process, we shall make an assessment of an amount that will be transferred to the retained risk internal service fund, and that determined amount will have an impact on the 2014 fund balance. The departments have been requested to prepare and have legislation for mid-year budget amendments ready for you at the next council meeting. These budget amendments shall include mostly adjustments to fund increased electricity costs. As of now, year-to-date, utility expenses are at 58% of the annual budget, and those actual utility expenses are up 31% from year-to-date May 2012. Total general fund expenditures, including the prior year encumbrances, are at 42% of the annual budget, which is relatively on track compared to May 2012 expenditures that were at 42.1% of the 2012 annual budget. And the actual expenditures for this month end of May 31st, 2013 are down 0.3% from the year-to-date actual 2012. I also want to mention that last week, members of the administration attended the Government Finance Officers Conference, and we've received updates on GFOA's best practices as it relates to matters of the city, including unfunded pensions and OPEB, financial reporting, budgeting, and reserve policies. And as a result, the administration will be further refining plans to address unfunded liabilities and long-term financial planning. And these discussions will be ongoing with the council to assist with carrying out the best practices as recommended by GFOA. And Mr. Chairman and the council, as a matter of diligence and to provide you with pertinent fiscal information, we'll continue to update and provide you with a monthly accounting of the city's budget for the record.
Thank you, Ms. Fields. Any questions?
I had one, not about that, but about the EMS report. So
okay.
I was wanting to ask the chief to come up, if he would, please.
Gosh.
That's what you're inquiring about. You know, we had a committee meeting. Public safety meeting.
What is the annual fee for citizens to pay to have ambulance service?
The Life Care membership is $35 a year.
$35. And are we sending that out on a water bill or something like that to inform the citizens of the availability of it?
We do.
And how many citizens, households do we have that are enjoying that? Just approximate, have a clue.
Not as many as we'd like.
That's why I was just wondering what we could do as a city to broadcast that more.
Well, we do quite a bit of advertising. Excuse me. It goes out in your water bill, and a lot of young people. It's kind of like an insurance policy.
Yeah.
I'm not going to use it.
Yeah.
I'm not going to spend the money on something that I don't think I'm going to need. And so.
Because I know we are bound to be losing a lot of revenue by not collecting from those trips to the hospital, are we not?
Well,
insurance doesn't pay?
Not really, Mr. Webb. The Life Care membership, which is $35 a year, we will collect if you have private insurance, we will collect what your private insurance will pay on that. If you don't have any insurance, it's just $35 a year. Okay, otherwise, if you're on Medicaid or Medicare, we'll collect whatever they pay. But as far as the Life Care membership being a revenue stream at $35 a year, it is not.
I know, but if we had enough members that were paying for it, we could at least break even, so to speak, and lost revenue that we don't collect from people that do not have insurance.
Right, and there is a process in place as of now. In fact, we're exchanging emails as we sit in this meeting about some recovery of some funds through an upper payment limit through Medicaid that's been made possible through DHH, and we're doing that to recover some of those monies.
I was just wondering if we could maybe run an ad in the newspaper because we have an anniversary date, or can anybody join at any given month?
No, sir. It's the open enrollment is for a month, and we always do that from April to May.
Okay.
And those go out in the water bill and as well as other advertisements. So.
Talk about that at budget time. See if we can't put that in the newspaper every day for a month prior or something.
Or is there a possibility of doing maybe a longer enrollment window, or because I saw it in the water bill.
A month ain't very long.
I know it's there, but it's pretty brief, and with all that's going on in people's lives, I could easily imagine somebody who might want to sign up just can't get around to it in 1 month's time.
Sure, and we've encountered those at times, and we address each one of those instances as they come up.
Appreciate it. I'm just curious about it. Go ahead.
Chief, I'm kind of like you. I ain't gonna be no big revenue source. We've been doing it for years, even when the economy was better than what it is now. I've talked to people, Mr. Mayor, about it, and it's kind of like what the chief said. Most of them say, well, they usually do things like that when they need it. We just got to keep on pushing, but I think the best source is to people who use it. If they got private insurance, get what you can. Medicare insurance, get what you can. And you all do a fantastic job.
Yes, sir.
You all do a fantastic job. So, Cam.
Thank you, Chief.
Thank you.
Any other questions about any of these reports or the surety bond report? We have no public hearing today on our agenda. Mr. Thompson, is there any legislation to be added today?
Mr. Chairman, there are 4 ordinances. They are related. They are by Mr. Sam Jenkins, and I'll give a brief explanation as to what they do, and then Mr. Jenkins may want to talk about the policy implications after I complete them. The first one closes the street overlay program and transfers $10 million to the street special revenue fund budget. The second accepts the money in the street special revenue fund budget and places it in the operating reserves of that budget. The third one transfers $4.6 million of the $10 million to the general fund operating reserves, and the fourth one accepts the money in the general fund operating reserves. That is at $4.6 million.
Councilman Jenkins.
Well, if I could, Mr. Chairman, there's been much dialogue between the mayor's office and the members of this council concerning our second bond sale and the need to try to complete it so that we could get the money from the second bond sale to complete the bond projects that the citizens voted on in 2011. In addition to that, our infrastructure committee, I know, is diligently looking at these transactions to try to come up with some solution. What we're proposing to do here, and what I would like for the infrastructure committee to consider as a part of its deliberations, is basically transferring $4.6 million from the street revenue fund into the general fund operating reserves. The intent is to try to get the operating reserves back to $9 million, which is the number it was at when we had the first bond sale. Now, I know, based on the report that the Assistant CEO just gave us, you know, there are some things that may impact that $9 million, but I think the reality here is that we are going to need to take some steps in the direction of strengthening our reserves so that we can look at a second bond sale, so that we would not continue to delay the bond projects. At the same time, I think there are many of us on this council who would like to take some steps in the direction of implementing our asphalt overlay program. So the remaining funds, after deducting the $4.6 million, could very well go back into a capital project that will allow us to do some asphalt overlay. We may need to do it in phases and not do it, you know, to the full extent that we wanted to do all at one time. It may take 2 different phases to get it done, but this will allow us to go in a direction where, one, we're addressing the bond projects. In other words, if we don't do the second bond sale, we're not going to be able to complete the bond projects. The second thing it would do, it will allow us to move forward with making some repairs on our streets. So this is an idea. It does not have to be the only idea, but I do think the reality of the situation is we're going to prepare ourselves to deal with a second bond sale, hopefully prepare ourselves to deal with some street repairs, or there's going to be some delay, just based on everything I'm hearing, with being able to move forward to a second bond sale. And I just don't know, you know, if that's the best idea. We don't know, you know, what the market will be, both for the cost of money as well as the cost of labor and material to complete the bond projects that we've already spent a pretty decent sum of money on in the design phase. I think our citizens are ready to see some construction take place, and I'm certain that they would want us to keep our word as far as trying to complete the projects that they voted on in 2011. So that is what this proposed legislation would do. And as I said, it's a idea. It doesn't have to be the only idea, but I do think we need to take some steps in the direction of getting something done here and not just be a stalemate too much longer. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Councilman Oliver Jenkins.
Just so I'm clear on the other part of the intent, I got part where it goes into the reserves, but why didn't the balance of whatever of the 10 million, 5.4 or whatever is left, stay in the capital, in the overlay budget?
Now, I'm being told that there may be some technical problems with making some adjustment because of the projects we picked. It may be better for us to go back as a council and look at it from the beginning and try to come up with a phase one. That amount of money will...
It's not divided up. I got you. So you either have enough to do all of them, or you got to start all over again.
That's right.
And reallocate.
Absolutely. That's why I said maybe...
Chairman, we couldn't take 46%
from each project.
Okay. So, I mean, I understood his description, but I didn't understand why we were taking it out to put it back in. So
That would be the reason why.
Okay.
Is there anyone in attendance who would like to speak in favor of adding these items to our agenda? Is there anyone who would like to speak in opposition to adding these items to our agenda?
So moved, Ed.
Second, Mr. Chairman.
Motion by Councilman
And
Sam.
question, are these one readers or two readers?
Motion by Councilman Sam Jenkins, second by the Vice Chair. If no further discussion, please vote. That is 7 yes, no opposition.
Mr. Chairman, since we voted on that, I'd like to make this statement to the chairman of the committee. I would hope that we would discuss this in our infrastructure committee, and I would hope that, and I know Councilman Jenkins would be there, and I know the chairman is going to be there. You know, this is really important legislation.
It is.
And this is not something that you just pull off your cuff. This is something that we really need to take a hard look at. And this is something that we need to, I would hope, Mr. CEO, that in our next meeting, we maybe could have somebody there from our bonding finance person to actually give us some facts, because none of us here except Mr. Thompson is experienced in bonding and finance. So because this is an important piece of legislation, and we want to make sure that we have the facts when we consider this and vote on it. So I would hope that, you know, we would have somebody there that could lay it out.
We'll visit with you, Mr. Shine, or with the chairman to get a clear idea as to what exactly y'all want to know. We'll have the right people there.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Certainly appreciate your comments on that, and we'll go ahead and schedule it on our next agenda for the infrastructure.
All right, that brings us to public comments. We have a number of folks who have signed up to speak today. If it's okay with council people and with those who have signed up to speak, what I'd like to do is hold the comments on the MPC appeals until we take those two appeals up, so that those comments are all fresh in our discussion. So if there's no objection with that, I will hold those until we take up those appeals. Council will now recognize Mr. Tony Janka. You made it back in the room just in time.
My name is Tony Janka. I am the managing partner of Shreveport Development, the company that developed 12 Oaks, which has now grown to about 600 homes on the southeast side of Shreveport, along Florida Lucas Road. We're here today with our driveway request, basically to cross a strip of land that was left by the state when they widened Florida Lucas. If they had not been under a moratorium at the time, they'd have taken that land, we wouldn't even be here. But because they were under a moratorium not to take land, they left this little strip of land right there for us to deal with. And basically, we cannot get a driveway across it without the council granting us that right way. We did this just to the east at the Court of 12 Oaks just recently. It came out very well. We put a deceleration lane in. It cost about $175,000 to build that one. This one here is going to cost right at $250,000 because the residents and Mr. Goza with the state, who's approved this twice already, wants this deceleration lane carried not just to the entrance of the future shopping center, but also all the way to Ashley River. So it's being extended another 150 feet, which runs up about $100,000 in cost. So that's why we're here today. We surely strongly hope that you support us in this issue. It's a situation that I know that many of y'all feel that the 3132 Coalition, which I was one of the original founders of, will have an issue with this. Basically, my feelings on this is that this does not impact 3132 in no way, shape, or form. And Darrell Goza said that to a work session. It's not an issue. 3132 is, nobody's asking to touch that land, and that's what you're obliged to do. But this land here is a strip of land that should never have been left behind. Appreciate your comments, and if you have any questions, I'll be glad to answer them.
Thank you, Mr. Jenkins.
Thank you.
Have no other...
Mr. Chairman, in relation to that, Charles, it's not that I don't believe Mr. Janko, because I do, but we have to pay part of your salary, and I just want to hear that from you. This will not impact 3132. I mean, you want to come up to the mic and let me restate that?
Maybe ask him a question.
I guess I asked you a question in the form of a statement. So, you know, you have to explain it to some people. But,
Mr. Chair, sorry about that. In Baton Rouge, they just put "Did you know" at the end of that.
Yeah, yeah. There you go. There you go. With this curb cut that they're asking for, will it impact 3132?
I'm not a professional engineer, Ms. Shine, as you know, nor am I a traffic engineer.
Right.
I'm not aware that it would be a negative impact. I know the state had issued the curb cut to Mr. Janka and Shreveport Development at a prior time at another location that serves the same tract of ground. I think for the most part, even though there are still legal matters pending in court cases, most of us are not aware that there will be any slowdown on work continuing to determine where 3132 will go. In addition, we have released the hold on building permits in Esplanade. Mr. Larkin completed his road as required, and accordingly, we're aware that building permits will be issued for the Esplanade development. And again, Mr. Janka's property, to my knowledge, has never been a serious concern, as however it was with Mr. Larkin's property. So does that answer the question, Mr. Shine?
It does. I wanted to get your comments on it.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Satisfied.
Right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Charles. All right, we have no appointments or confirmations to consider today. There are no items under consent agenda for introduction. Mr. Johnson, let's continue with items to be adopted.
104 authorizes James T. Smiley, located at 1640 Wells Island Road, to connect with the water and sewer system.
Did we get a map for that?
There's a map attached now.
Okay, stand by.
Now, I have a question about that map. Mayor, is someone here from
Engineering or?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, there we go.
Patrick Furlong, City of Shreveport Engineering Department.
Right young star in the engineering department.
Yeah, all right.
I see on the map attached where the water main is,
Yes, sir.
and this lot is not adjacent to that water main in any way. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So this would go against our past practices of allowing someone to connect to a water main.
If that's your practice.
And that's, the parish has asked us not to let people cross other
Yeah.
pieces of property to do this.
Ken Ward's here from the parish. I'd like to invite him up. The water service line's actually already in place, and it's running in the parish right away, and they're okay with that. Ken knows the history about this, and he can fill you in a little bit more.
Thank you. Thank you, City Council members. The meter currently is in the Parish of Caddo's name. We have a 2-inch water backflow preventer installed at the meter at the intersection of Ute and Grimmett Drive. The 2-inch water main runs from there, runs down Grimmett Drive, which is a state DOT highway, into the parish right-of-way, progressing past Mr. Smiley's house to the old analytical building, where then it comes back across the road and then comes back to Mr. Smiley's property. We've spent $2,500 last week to identify where that water line is at. We made sure that it was in a condition where it's in good condition, it's not leaking. We've tested it, we've done everything we could do to make sure everybody was off of it. So we've been watching it for the last week and a half to make sure it's in good condition for Mr. Smiley. It is in parish right away. Everything else is in good condition for there. Everybody in the area, as you know, happened back in December. Everybody else out there has found alternative water methods except for Mr. Smiley. He is a person of, I think he receives less than $800 a month and subsistence. He didn't have the means to drill $8,000 well to get water, and so he was the last remaining resident out there to need water. And so the parish has made a point to try to secure that line as in the best shape as we can, so we can turn it over to them if the city council would allow us to transfer the meter that we currently have over to his name, let him pay the monthly bill to them.
Could we get his name for the record?
I'm sorry, my name is Ken Ward. I'm the project manager of the parish of Caddo.
So everything's already in place. The meter's there, there's a backflow preventer that the city required, and the service line's already in place. Essentially what this would do would take the water account out of the parish's name and put it in Mr. Smiley's name.
Who installed this water line?
Couldn't tell you. I wish I could. It's from when we did the repairs out there. When we located it and dug it up in a couple spots to make sure we could do some repairs. We wanted to physically see it in several locations so we knew where it was at for future use, especially as it goes down Wells Island. We have to ditch out there. That is our parish maintained road, and we want to know where it's at for future reference while we're out there working. We don't run into it because it's a regular service line. It's not a municipality where they could go out there and locate it later. So, but we found 3 or 4 different broken lines, old lines and trenches where we were digging. From the history out there, they said that's probably some of that lines could be 20 years old. We don't know who installed it. We don't know if it's Analytical Labs or who, but we do know what we have now, and we do know that what we have now is a relatively newer line, and it's in really good condition.
And the resident understands that he will be paying out of city rates.
That's correct. He knows he has signed the agreement to be annexed, as well as understands that he will be paying double the rate.
And he's responsible for the maintenance of that service line.
He is correctly. He understands that. We've crossed that with him, and the parish of Caddo should be in good shape, other than the fact of where it's in the parish right away. And we definitely understand where it's at. His biggest harm, city councilman, is if we're out there working and we dig it up and we damage it. So we know that we'll have to repair that if we do that.
Councilman Webb.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, I agree. So the parish is going to maintain the line
We have prepared the line into it's in really good condition. We know that it's relatively new.
Okay.
We also have tested it, and we've tested and made sure everybody else is off the line except for Mr. Smiley. We're going to turn it over to him, but the worst case that the line's ever going to be damaged would be if we're out there working around it. We're the #1 prime worker that'll be working in that area. So if we damage it, we'll be the one maintaining
So
it.
basically, the city's not really going to be out any money for the...
It's beyond the meter, so the city, there's nothing there for the city to do. It's beyond the demarcation of what the city does. From the meter back to the line is yours, and anything beyond that is theirs. It doesn't matter whose it is.
And I appreciate the parish stepping up to the plate, through all this, and I know it's in Rose's district, and it's just like the people out there in southeast Shreveport that are wanting to tie on to the city water, and we're allowing that to happen, and I don't have a problem. These people have been down there a long time, and it's been unfortunate that the situation is what it is, but I'm happy to see them, be able to get some service and get some good water, and I support what's happening. I'm glad the parish stepped in and did what they needed to do to make it happen, so I don't have a problem with it.
Does this service line end at this property at 1640 Wells Island? Or
It actually goes beyond it. We couldn't make a road bore to go, so it actually goes beyond it to Old Analytical and then comes back to his property. There was an existing road board at Analytical going in there, so we just made sure everything was, we dug up both sides, we made sure everybody was capped off, cut off Analytical, we fixed all the lines. We had a licensed plumber go out there. We spent $2,500, and to be honest with you, the parish has spent $22,000 since December out there working on that water line, paying for the water with the city, working on that water line, installing that backflow preventer. So the city, the parish has quite a bit of infrastructure in there, for us to be able to turn this over to them.
Last question I had is there any other residents or potential resident that could tap into this or ask to tap in later on?
There's no one to ask for it. No, it's below ground. It's Mr. Smiley's property. It's no one else's. There's nothing else for them to tap into. No.
Okay, Councilman Alden.
Well, let me say that, ask that a little differently. Could somebody request to tap into this line?
Request from who?
Well, I guess they'd ultimately have to ask Mr. Smiley. He'd be the owner of the service line at that particular point, wouldn't he?
That's correct.
So, I mean, from a mechanical standpoint, I mean, I got to tell you, if I'd have known all this, we'd have had a much longer discussion before this time, because this deal has got some big issues on it, and I really worry about precedents on this, because essentially, you all have put money into a service line that is extended beyond the way our kind of protocols to date have been. And that backflow preventer, though, is at the water main, right?
It's at the meter. It's on our demarcation. It's past your demarcation. I mean, there's...
In non-engineer speak, is the backflow preventer at our water main on Grimmett, or is it in front of his property at 1640 Wells Island?
Yes, so you have a water main on Ute, and off of that water main is a meter. And that, on the back side of that meter, on the customer premise side of that meter, is a backflow preventer, which will be owned by Mr. Smiley at the end of the day. Right now, it's owned by the parish. We own it, we maintain it. So everything on back side of the meter, it's nothing different than at your house, City Councilman.
It just goes
It's just longer. It just runs down Parish Road and runs down a city or DOTD right of way for a little bit longer. There's nothing really different. It wouldn't be any different than if someone went in your front of your yard on the back side of your meter, tapped into it, and then ran it over to their house when you weren't watching. Same thing. It's the opportunity's there if someone knows where it's at. It's 36 inches deep. It's not going to be easy to attain a 2-inch water line 36 inches deep. I barely know where it was at, and it took us 3 days to go out there digging with a piece of equipment and hand digging to find it. So it's pretty secure, other than where it comes up at the meter and where it comes up at his house.
But Ken, I think we have, over the last 2 years, essentially not allowed people to tap into our water mains with a similar situation. And I'm a little worried about the precedents. Now, hey, on the map itself, I think you have a map, can you pull up the map on the
overhead?
On the overhead? Or direct us, where that little label that says water main, there's a label that says water main on Grimmett.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and that ties into, I guess that blue line is the main, right?
If I could indulge you for a second, the meter actually sits right here at Ute, and at the intersection of Ute and Grimmett, and the main run, the 2-inch water line. I believe that you have a main on Ute itself and the one on Grimmett, and the line that we have actually runs from that meter down Grimmett, down Wells Island, to where this used to be the old analytical building. 2 Analytical crosses the road and then comes back to this property here.
How long do you estimate that line is?
I haven't done the math on it, but it's probably about 1,800 feet if I was just guessing as a crow flies, yes, sir.
Mike, hit the buzzer.
I'd like to make a motion to postpone this.
Before you do that, actually, as a representative of District A, well, it's reflecting that it's in McCullough's district.
No, because it's out of the city of limits.
But it's particularly close to her district, I think.
Right, and the agenda is actually reflecting.
District A.
Huh?
I see Ute is in District A.
Yes, it is. It's reflected, and of course, I've had some communications with a lot of the citizens that were without water in Wells Island Road, and Oliver, if you would allow me to, as a District A representative, to postpone this until I can get further information. And I'd like to say to Mr. Smiley, it's nice meeting you, And I sure would like to get more information from you as well on this particular item. And if this council would join me in supporting the postponement of this item, I sure would appreciate it.
All right, second.
Motion by Councilwoman McCullough to postpone, second by Councilman Sam Jenkins. If no further discussion, please vote.
Instead of Oliver Jenkins, huh?
We cut OJ out. And that is 7 yes.
May I just, I think something that concerns me is all those people that live off of that Ute Navajo line there.
They're up there.
I mean, I'd like somebody to explain, or I think somebody should explain, is what does that jeopardize to those people if there's a problem? Because there's a lot of people being serviced by that line.
And the other thing it does is we have turned down very similar situations and not allowed them to connect in other parts of the city. And I think that opens the door for those folks to come back and run 1,800-foot service lines to their property as well.
Well, how does this
And Mr.
gentleman get
Chairman.
water if he doesn't? I mean, if you don't do this configuration, how does he get water? How do other people that get water? I mean,
I don't think he can. That's part of the information we have is that he would not be able to, for whatever reason, couldn't do well. But I wanted to, in light of the postponement, if there's any information that the council would like from the department, please let me know. We can get it. I mean, a lot of it was explained by Ken. You know, it's primarily a parish situation, but some of the issues that y'all may have that how it impacts us, let me know and we'll get the right people to
But
get that
Dale, the one
information.
thing that I wasn't clear on, the question that Councilman Webb answered, and that was, would the parish be responsible for maintenance? And I just didn't get any clarity
And
on
if I
that.
recall, Ken said, no, it'd be Mr. Smiley's responsibility. Right.
Okay.
It would essentially be his line at that point.
Okay, and then Councilman Oliver inquired about other residents being able to tap into it
Right.
in the future.
Right.
And of course, we couldn't make that prediction at this time because we don't know, you know, who might choose to move into the area.
And it may be beyond our control other than the fact that if it's
Right.
our water being resold, you know, those type issues, but.
So for that reason, I really would like for it to be postponed in that I haven't talked with Mr. Smiley or the Caddo Parish Commission.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
and what other alternative does this homeowner have to get water if they're not going to use this configuration?
Drill a well.
Yeah,
Drill a well.
you got to drill a well. Is our well?
Or, I mean, the parish could install a water main down that street, which they haven't done in other places. I mean, or the neighbors could all pool in together to do water mains like they've done in South Shreveport. I mean, the problem I just think is we've told everybody in South Shreveport that you can't do this.
Can't do it, and it's only fair.
We'll have more discussion on this. Mr. Thompson, please proceed.
Yes.
Sure.
But I think the main difference in this situation is that it's a financial burden for Mr. Smiley to drill a well and the infrastructure is already in place. I just wanted to point that out, that this kind of differs from other situations. But we'll get you all the additional information in the coming days.
I'd like to personally talk with Mr. Smiley.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, we're now to Section 9, regular agenda legislation, resolutions on second reading and final passage. Number 81 states the renewal of the City of Shreveport's endorsement of Regenesis Construction LLC to participate in the benefits of the Louisiana Restoration Tax Abatement Program. That needs to be postponed.
So moved to postpone.
Motion by the Vice Chair, second by Councilwoman McCullough to postpone. If no discussion, please vote. 7 yes to postpone.
Number 92 authorizes the mayor to execute a donation agreement between the City of Shreveport and Providence Development LLC for the private water and sewer improvements for Providence Phase 1, Unit E, and related facilities.
So moved.
Second.
Motion by the Chair, second by the Vice Chair. No discussion, please vote.
Mr. Oliver Jenkins, please.
Can I press?
7 yes, no opposition.
Number 93 authorizes the mayor to execute a donation agreement between the City of Shreveport and Providence Development LLC for the private water and sewer main improvements for Unit F
So moved.
and related facilities.
Motion by the Chair, second by the Vice Chair. If no discussion, please vote. 7 yes.
Number 94 authorizes the execution of a retainer agreement with Ronald F. Letier, attorney at law,
So moved.
certifying any and all work previously performed.
Discussion.
Motion by Councilman Sam Jenkins, second by Councilwoman McCullough. Discussion? Councilman Oliver Jenkins.
Yeah, I'd like to make a substitute motion to postpone this particular piece of legislation.
Second.
Can I ask, what benefit is a postponement going to be? If I understand, the work has been done, is that right?
Well, there's an opportunity for future work to be done.
Substitute motion by Councilman Oliver Jenkins, second by Councilman Webb.
Okay.
Please vote. And that is 6 yes, 1 opposed.
Number 95 authorizes the execution of a memorandum of cooperative endeavor and a quitclaim deed with the Red River Waterway District
So
of
moved.
Large Riverview Park.
Motion by Councilman Everson, second by Councilwoman McCullough. No discussion, please vote. Seven yes.
Number 96 authorizes the use of certain equipment by Sports Spectrum Race Management and otherwise provides with respect thereto.
So moved.
Second. Motion by Councilman Oliver Jenkins, second by Councilman Sam Jenkins. If no discussion, please vote. 7 yes, no opposition.
Number 100 ratifies and allows the mayor to enter into a cooperative endeavor agreement between the city of Shreveport.
So moved, Mr. Chairman.
Second.
Motion by
Question
Vice
just before we
Chair, second
vote
by
on it.
Councilwoman McCullough. Councilwoman Shine.
The conference, Mr. Mayor, and the Semi-Temple will send you a letter of appreciation and a letter to council members of appreciation. Ready to roll?
G.
7 yes, no opposition.
Number 101 selects the Times as the official journal for the city of
moved.
Shreveport.
I'd like to, if we could, I'd like to make a motion to postpone.
Second.
And just,
What are these amendments?
Who seconded the motion to postpone?
Motion-
Sam Jenkins.
Motion by the chair, second by Councilman Sam Jenkins. I'd like to have a little more time to work on this before we move forward.
I agree.
Absolutely.
I agree.
That's the second was by the Honorable Samuel.
Honorable Samuel Jenkins.
and I guess the question though, Jeff brings up, the amendments, were there yesterday or no?
I don't recall them. Are those new?
Yeah, they were there yesterday. It just, we had the wrong year. And this just clarifies it and makes it the right year. It doesn't have anything to do with the rates. At the meeting yesterday, you authorized and directed me to contact the Times to see whether or not we could talk to them about the increase in rates, and that's what I'll be doing over the next 2 weeks.
And that is 7 yes, no opposition to postpone.
Number 102 authorizes the mayor to permit the property owner of 10.676 acres more or less, all that part of Section 4 in Section 1613 lying south of relocated Flournoy Lucas Road, east of Highway 3132, north of Milton Place Unit Number 1 and Milton Place Unit 2, in 12 Oaks and west of 12 Oaks Subdivision Unit Number 1 to construct a driveway across the city-owned property to tie onto Flournoy Lucas Road.
So moved. Second. Motion by the chair, second by Councilman Sam Jenkins. Any discussion? If not, please vote. That is 7 yes.
Number 103 declares the city's interest in certain adjudicated properties as surplus and otherwise provides with respect thereto.
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Councilman Sam Jenkins, second by Councilman Oliver Jenkins. Any discussion? If not, please vote. That is 7 yes. Mr. Thompson, would you proceed with introduction of resolutions?
Not to be adopted prior to June the 25th, we have one. It's 105, ratifying the use of certain equipment by Urban Support Agency and otherwise providing with respect thereto.
So move for introduction.
Second.
Motion by Councilman Sam Jenkins, second by Councilman Oliver Jenkins. Any discussion? If not, please vote. That is 7 yes for introduction.
Now, an introduction of ordinances not to be adopted prior to June the 25th. Number 60 amends the 2013 capital improvements budget. Number 61 amends the 2013 budget for the water and sewer budget fund. Number 62 amends and reenacts Section 10-190 of the Code of Ordinances relative to drinking in public and otherwise providing with respect thereto. There were 4 that were added that can be introduced. The first is an ordinance amending the 2013 capital improvements budget. The second is an ordinance amending the 2013 street special revenue fund budget. The fourth also amends the street special revenue fund budget, and the fourth amends the 2013 general fund budget.
So move for introduction.
Second.
Motion by Councilman Sam Jenkins, second by Councilman Everson. Any discussion? If not, please vote.
Mr. Oliver Jenkins?
You sure I'm pushing it?
That is 7 yes for introduction. Mr. Thompson?
We're now on ordinances on second reading and final passage. The first is number 89 of 2011. It's an ordinance amending and reenacting Chapter 74 of the Code relative to solid waste collections.
Move to postpone until the next
Second.
meeting.
Motion by Councilman Sam Jenkins to postpone, second by Councilwoman McCullough. Please vote.
Sam, that was a good move.
7 yes.
Mr. Chairman, number 47, 48, 49, and 50, these are budget amendments that were adopted by the council at the last meeting, and the mayor vetoed them, and they were put back on the agenda, and they are here to be re-adopted. Number 47 amends the 2013 budget for the Riverfront Development Fund. Do you want me to take all of them or just one at a time?
I'm fine if you go through all of them.
Number 48 amends the 2013 budget for the general fund. Number 49 amends the 2013 budget for the airport enterprise fund. And number 50 amends the 2013 budget for the water and sewer fund.
So move to adopt all 4.
Second.
Question.
Motion by Councilman Oliver Jenkins, second by the Vice Chair, Councilman Sam Jenkins.
I've expressed my concern, with all due respect to the author of this legislation, that it appears to me what this legislation is doing is kind of violating our separation of powers. And I certainly think it also lends itself to circumventing what the charter provides as far as the things that the mayor office does and the things that we as a council do as a legislative body. I was hoping, that I don't know if there is any legal precedents about something like this that's out there that maybe the council needs to know about. I'm sure this is not the first time something like this has come up, but I'd hate to see us go in a direction where we could very well be circumventing our own charter about how we're going to operate city government down here. It's a real concern of mine. The next concern I have is I believe we have a number of very important decisions that are going to need to be made where we need a financial advisor involved. My understanding that, and this things are going to be coming up in pretty rapid succession. I think some of it has to do with our water and sewer revenue bonds and submissions that we got to take up with the convention center. We're talking about a second bond sale. That's just not the kind of activity that we should be going into as a city without having a settled down situation with our financial advisor. It may be difficult bringing somebody else new into the middle of all of this. I do understand and I recognize there may be some issues there, but I'm real concerned about taking steps like this that will have some future impact, both on how the administration and the council work with one another and keep those checks and balances in place, and on having somebody available and ready who is familiar with our financial picture, who can lead us through what I believe is going to be some very important financial decisions that's going to be coming up. That is why I'm going to be supporting the veto that the mayor has and signed off on. And also for purposes of clarification, if it's been vetoed, I want some explanation of how we vote on this. Sometimes it get a little confusing, you know.
The charter requires that after a veto, that they be adopted by at least a 2/3 vote.
So that would be a motion to adopt, and if you're upholding the veto, you'll be voting no. Is that?
That's correct.
Okay, all right. But I want to know, is there any legal precedent that has been looked at on this at all that may play into what we're doing here today?
Areas out there.
Ms. Scott?
To answer your question, Mr. Jenkins, no, but we'll be, of course, more than happy to do so.
Okay. Well, my second question, of course, is going to be, going forward with this legislation here, are we putting ourselves in some kind of jeopardy? This may not be a question, you know, for the lawyer to answer, but I know that we have some issues that are going to be coming up here, so, and we don't need to be in a quandary about our financial advisor or the financial advice that the city needs to go through those situations. So, I mean, what impact are we? I mean, will our actions today have some negative impact on our ability to move forward with those decisions and receiving some advice?
Mr. Jenkins, Mr. Chairman, members of the council, I'll yield to Dale and Terry for anything that'll be specific in terms of legalities. But I think it certainly will substantially hamper and tie the hands and the ability for this administration to be able to do the job that we are by charter obligated to do. You just had Mr. Shine make reference to a request for the next upcoming infrastructure meeting for us to be in a position to be able to provide the council with some financial analysis of exactly what the implications are of some of the decisions that particular committee is contemplating right now. What's being advocated here by Mr. Oliver Jenkins is entirely unprecedented. Every mayor that has served in this form of government since November of 1978 has not been hampered or limited by what has been proposed here. I've gone back and reviewed the minutes. I think questions have been asked by members of this council why it is that this particular legislation has been prompted, and from what I can absorb from the review, there's not been much of a case or an argument that's been made. I referenced on yesterday during the work session the letter that we forwarded to you all as a part of the veto message, and asked whether or not there were any questions or any issues that had been identified that you all would give us an opportunity to be able to review and assess and respond to, and at this point have not received anything either verbally or in writing. So I'm at a loss to understand exactly the motivation, and I think it is something that, if it stands, would be highly unfortunate. You know, we have to have a cordial working relationship with this council that sees our charter as a flexible living document. But there are also some things I think that simply need to be adhered to and respected. What are those aspects of it that should be, I guess, somewhat flexible? I think provision 5.26, Dale and Terry, correct me if I'm wrong, dictates that any communication from council regarding any matter to city personnel, staff, department heads should come either through me directly as mayor, from you all as council members, or to the CAO. Having been a council member and understanding the need to be able to effectively advocate and represent the interests of the folks who elected you, that's a provision that while we have to maintain some reasonable control and balance around, it's not one that we say to a department head. If you hear from a council member without directly getting that request from us, register that as a violation of the charter. Let us know so we can take the proper corrective action. That's not the way in which we should relate to each other. But when it comes to these types of matters, which are clearly established, have been long held, going back to November of 1978, has been enjoyed by every mayor, including this one, with the previous council, and by this one up until this point. Again, it's unfortunate, and again, without any opportunity to be able to engage the issue or the matter or reasons that seem to motivate it. We're really at a loss to be able to effectively engage in a dialogue that allows us to reach some resolution. So, I mean, that means that the votes are there to allow this to go forward, then, so be it. I guess you can approach it that way, but I don't think that serves the interest of the future of this city very well. I'm not going to be in this office forever, and this is not an issue and a matter that should ever come down to an effort to impact or affect an individual. We are honored to hold positions that don't belong to us. They belong to the people of the city of Shreveport. And as I have long advocated as a member of the city council and then as a member of the legislature, respect your institution, defend your institution. I defend now the office of the mayor of the city of Shreveport because a system of checks and balances is something that is necessary and appropriate and has been long established as part of what helps to make America a special and unique place. This legislation obviously breaches that in a very fundamental way, and we simply ask that the council give very full consideration to the implications of that and hopefully uphold the veto.
What items do we have upcoming that involves the financial advisor? When are those items going to come up? Because as I said, I hope that we are not making a decision here that could result in some fiscal irresponsibility on our part. Not to say that that is the intent, but I understand we got a number of things that are coming up that the financial advisor is familiar with. And I'll say again, I do think the mayor needs to be able to work with someone he's comfortable with. That's a very delicate situation. As a professional myself, the attorney-client relationship is a very delicate situation. I need to be a degree of comfort with that. What items do we have coming up that involves the financial advisor, and when will those be coming up? Can anybody fill us in on that?
Those that, and I'll let Dale and Sharika pick up as well, but those that we don't pay a lot of attention to at this point in time because it's part of the series of matters that we've effectively dealt with, but it's coming back up and is going to need to be readdressed again, is the debt on the hotel is one example. We obviously also have some issues at the airport with some of the facilities that we finance out there that need to be reviewed and addressed and resolved again. And then obviously that's right before this council and the public right now are the impending issues before us regarding what we're going to do about our sewer sanitary overflows and the consent decree that we're facing and the methods in which we go about pursuing and addressing that and how we ultimately address those issues. Obviously, we believe that a good bit of that is going to have to be financed. We're still in dialogue with you all as a council as to whether or not some portion of that ends up being a pay-as-you-go measure, but it's going to be absolutely vital that we have access to the kind of financial team that has allowed us to be able to extricate ourselves from what were very challenging circumstances just a very few years ago within that water and sewer vein. I think it's very appropriate to point out that our neighbors just to the east down I-20 just within the past week received a downgrade of their bond rating because of their inability to be able to effectively deal with and address some of the very same issues that we're in the midst of right now regarding their water and sewer efforts. And then again, as was referenced earlier, we still have the second half of the bond sale, some $80+ million in bonds that have to be sold that constitute tens of millions of dollars that's going to be needed to now go out and construct street projects that have been designed, tens of millions of dollars that are needed to go out and actually construct new and improved recreational facilities at Valencia, Hattie Perry, and Cherokee Park, and at other points, Querbees and other areas all across the city. Then there's also still some tens of millions of dollars within that for additional sewer work. That's within that body of work that's already scheduled to be done as a result of the monies that were approved by the voters in 2011. All of that should be done if we're going to be wise and prudent by going back to the market, but doing so in a way that allows us to be able to put the city's best foot forward. As part of what we achieved in the summer of 2011 when we went and appealed back to Moody's and Standard & Poor's and managed to reaffirm the city's bond rating, had an upgrade within our management practices, and then also resultingly had a bond sale process that resulted in us receiving what I have been told. I need to confirm again, but what I've been told is one of, if not the lowest, interest rates that we've gotten for municipal debt outside of some of our discounted rates that we've gotten through DEQ and what have you for some of our special projects. But in terms of going to the market for general obligation debt, we came in with 3.99, and that was after having had suggestions that came from near and far that instead of doing a bid process that we should have done a negotiated process. But it was in fact the advice of the financial advisor and the whole financial team that we do that as a bond process. And ironically, several of the folks who ultimately ended up advocating for a negotiated project that did in fact bid were several tenths of a percentage point higher than what we actually got as the lowest bid. Those are all things that are before us right now that require that we have the ability to be able to call on the expertise of folks who can help us effectively navigate these waters.
Well, I just hate to see us move forward with legislation that I think will hamper that process, especially if it's, I'm not saying that this is the case, but you know, if it's just a personal situation with this particular professional, I think there's other ways to deal with this without putting in place law that not only affects the immediate transactions that we're involved in, but could very well affect the future of what we do here. So, as I said, I can't support it. I don't think it's the right direction for us as a legislative body to be going into, and I certainly hate to see us put the city in some kind of fiscal strain for a lack of advice that we may need on some very important financial issues that appears to be coming up in the immediate future here. So, at any rate, Mr. Chairman, that's where I'm at this point.
Thank you, Councilman Jenkins. Any other discussion?
I have a question.
Councilwoman McCullough.
Chairperson, and I guess I can direct this to Oliver as well. No, maybe I need to direct this to Attorney Glass and Arthur Thompson. The amendment, I mean, let's say if this amendment passes, what's the lifespan of this amendment? I mean, based on our financial obligations, of which has been discussed. I mean, what is the lifespan of this amendment? What if we...
It's amending the budgets for this year.
Oh, so it's a year.
It's until the end of the budget year, unless there's another amendment that would change it.
So we can consider another amendment today or later on prior to the end of the year?
You can always introduce another budget ordinance to amend the budget.
Okay. All right, thank you.
And again, Mr. Chairman, if I may?
Yes.
As I've stated, and I would say this to Councilman Oliver Jenkins as the sponsor and the rest of the council, since we've not received any feedback or explanation or response, I guess I would ask just simply for the record as we go forward in building the history of the city and establishing the reasons and explanations and justifications for why we do what we do, we would at least ask for posterity's sake that may be something we offer.
Okay, I'll call for the vote, and I'll be happy to respond to that afterwards.
Please vote.
I had already voted, and it's showing yes to speak.
5 yes and 2 opposition. Mr. Powell, is your vote the way you wanted it to be?
Yes, it is. Thank you so much, Chairperson.
Councilman Oliver Jenkins.
Okay, first I'd like to take just a couple minutes and read from some prepared notes with regard to the discussion of whether this is counter to the charter. I do agree with your paragraph that mayors have been granted the right to execute professional service contracts except for the retention of special legal counsel since we've started this type of mayoral form, mayor, city council form of government. The question probably is, where does that authority derive and where is that authority found? In summary, unlike the discussion that it is vested in the charter, I don't believe that's the case. Section 7.02 of the charter provides for annual operating budget, and paragraph F of that section reads, "No funds shall be expended and no obligation incurred other than in accordance with the operating budget ordinances." The council staff, based on my request, has examined every general fund operating budget ordinance since its adoption, since the inception of this particular form of government. Ordinance number 26 of 1979 contains this paragraph. Section 6, be it further ordained that the mayor be and he is authorized to execute all contracts, deeds, and other legal instruments, excluding contracts for the retention of special legal counsel necessary to expend the funds herein authorized. And every other general fund operating budget ordinance adopted since then includes similar language in this particular paragraph. From my perception, this means the mayor is granted the authority to execute contracts by the city council. If that authority was granted in the charter, that quoted paragraph would not have to be included in budget ordinances, and it would be in the charter itself. Section 6, paragraph quoted above, withholds the authority, does not grant the mayor the authority to execute contracts to retain special legal counsel. Therefore, the council approves each contract for special legal counsel, just like we had on our agenda today. So I don't believe this is any different than that. Let me summarize a couple other issues that you mentioned. We have not always, so that's kind of in response to my statement of where it originates from and why I think the council, without, treading the line of whether we're changing our, separation of or balance of powers. Because I don't think that's actually a charter granted authority. I believe that's a budgetary authority. Second part, with regard to the validity of the argument of a financial advisor, I don't know how many years we've had a financial advisor in this city, but I know that there are plenty of bond issues where we have not had financial advisors. I know there's I can't remember the firm in New Orleans that provided that for the city for many years without a separate financial advisor. It was a bond counsel that did most of that. So I'm not necessarily convinced that a financial advisor is a requirement. That being said, I'm not saying that I'm against using a financial advisor. I do believe a financial advisor provides valid advice in these issues, and I think that there are ample of those out there that show expertise in that particular domain that we could, enter into contracts with. With regard to contracts, there's been an issue about this particular contract, and I noticed in your letter that they have that there is a draft of a new contract, and in the letter it suggests there is a draft of a contract for future financial advisors. Well, I'm worried about the contract that's with their current financial advisor, and clearly we have several sections of minutes where we're debating how valid that particular contract is or how tight that contract needs to be. So that does not satisfy my current issue. We have, as you mentioned in your press release, I believe today or yesterday, we are collectively aware of potentially over $667,000 of discrepancies. I have not, to my satisfaction, I am not satisfied with the response at this point. It reminds me of this quote that I just pulled out of the internet: fool me once, shame on you; fool me twice, shame on me. I am reluctant to consider future trajectory on this particular path until that is resolved. I have several statements, and several of us on this council have heard these exact statements from some of your staff that have said, we don't think it is likely that we would continue using Mr. Grigsby in regards to what these discrepancies show. I'm a little surprised that there's any argument at this point that we want some kind of check and balance of going forward with that financial advisory contract. So this is the only way that I think is prudent to do that at this point. And, you know, if we can rectify those discrepancies in the meantime and you come forward with a future opportunity to use Mr. Grigsby and it's set to my satisfaction, I'd be happy to support that eventual change in the budget. But at this point, I'm not interested in going forward and leaving that kind of carte blanche opportunity out there. So that's the nature of my issues.
Mr. Chairman?
Mayor Lever.
You know, it's unfortunate, Mr. Jenkins, that you choose to engage a matter before the public in this particular type of manner, because it's certainly, unfortunately, not indicative of what I believe serves the best interest of the city, and that is to propose a change or shift in this direction without giving at least the administration. Can't speak for whatever discussions and deliberations that you had internally with your individual colleagues on the council. Obviously, as expressed by Mr. Sam Jenkins, at least much of what you just related and shared, apparently, I know has not been shared with those of us in administration, and apparently at least not with all members of the council. And I guess that's when you engage in a pattern and ensure that you've got the votes to advance your matter, and you're not quite sure as to whether or not your argument can withstand critique and challenge, then you withhold it until after the vote is taken and you get a chance to be able to make your statement. We would welcome the opportunity to be able to take what you, I guess, just read from. I don't know if you provided it to us as a written response to the letter that we forwarded to you as a part of the veto message. But we think that this would be a healthy dialogue, and that decisions should not be ideally made until that actual dialogue has actually been engaged in, unless there is some other form of motivation. And I can only say that based on the fact that you've not taken advantage of the opportunity under any of the circumstances that I just relayed, either here directly, yesterday's work session, by writing or what have you, to allow us to be able to engage in this discussion with you over the several weeks that this has gone on, even after you've had concern expressed by other members of this council, to be able to ask the why, to me speaks of something that unfortunately is not real, true, or genuine. But if you would, we would welcome a copy of the comments that you just read from. We'll pull whatever else is not in the written document from the transcript and seek to try, both in writing and hopefully in direct dialogue, to give you some response to the concerns that you just raised. With regard to specifically the issues regarding the response that we've given you all a very detailed response to the issues that were raised by Mr. Nooner in his investigation. What's ironic is that you all have spent over $100,000 of the city's money on an investigation that came up with nothing more significant than what you're already very capable and able internal audit staff provided you with. But now what's also ironic about that circumstance is that the very individual that you all contracted with and that you set a limit of $75,000 as the maximum amount of that contract, that actual contract ended up being exceeded, to my understanding, without prior authorization by anyone on the council by some 25+%, and represents, from my perspective, exactly the kind of contractual situation and circumstance that you guys have actually accused Mr. Grigsby of, but as our response to you all has actually detailed and indicated, is not in fact the case. There is no doubt that the work that Mr. Grigsby billed the city of Shreveport for was done and done well. It put us in a position to avoid upwards of $130 million worth of additional debt and obligation that could have been set upon the city of Shreveport had we effectively extricated ourselves from the swaps and effectively negotiated the other deals that have been a part of the financial body of work that we've engaged in over the last 6+ years. But now, I know, Mr. Jenkins, that there are some other agendas at work, unfortunately, whether spoken or unspoken, and you know, we'll deal with those as well. But again, I go back to my earlier statement. If we're to engage in a process that allows us to be able to exchange positions and perspectives and answer and resolve what could be real, true, and genuine concerns, it's much better to have those expressed on the front side of the process before you call for your vote and then decide to make your statement, unless the intent is to ultimately end up avoiding the circumstances that allow you to see whether or not there's any truth or veracity in what you offer. So again, the vote's been taken as far as this one's concerned. We look forward to engaging in the process of being able to respond to what you just offered, and again, express extreme remorse and extreme regret that this council has chosen to unfortunately engage in what I think is something that will have implications not for the balance of my mayorship, because you know, next Christmas there'll be a new mayor and there'll be a new council, but that individual needs to be in a position to be able to have at his disposal every means, every authority that Bill Hanna, John Hussey, Hazel Beard, Bo Williams, and Keith Hightower enjoy. And why it is that you've chosen today to bring that to a halt, Mr. Jenkins, is unknown, but it's unquestionably highly regrettable. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Councilman Webb.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I understand where Oliver's coming from, Mr. Mayor. $667,000 is a lot of money, that $100,000 that we spent, you know, trying to resolve the answers to it. And there's still dissatisfaction with several council members about that $667,000. And I didn't really want to see it come to this myself, but sometimes you got to put the brakes on to bring it to a head, and I think that's what this is going to do, to get that $667,000 resolved in the mind of every councilman and woman, so we can move forward. So now I think we'll get that answer and we'll get it resolved. And this has been something that was brought up a long time ago and was not resolved in reality. So now we're saying let's resolve it so we can move forward. And that's the reason why I supported it. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman.
Mr. Vice Chair?
Yes.
Can I respond to Mr. Webb?
Sure you can.
Mr. Webb, thank you for those comments, but I would offer to you that the report was done by the folks from Newman, and if I believe, was it February of this year?
When they delivered it?
When we responded.
I believe so.
I believe February of this year that we provided a very detailed response back to, the Audit and Finance Committee. And I believe the directive of the Audit and Finance Committee at that time was for your own internal audit staff, as well as your legal counsel, to review that response and determine whether or not what was there clarified the issues and the questions that were raised. Now, if I'm not mistaken, as it currently stands, that particular situation has resolved itself down to a question of about $53,000 as opposed to $667,000, and the question of the $53,000 has to do with the interpretation of whether or not the bond proposal went forward as 3 separate propositions or as one. And the position that it ends up being one is offered by our own internal staff, Julie Glass and Terry Scott, who said to a vendor of ours, your interpretation was that it should be billed as 3 propositions. We interpret it as a single proposition. Because we are the client, our position will prevail. But now, if we were to take that to arbitration, possibly the court, that's a position that we could potentially lose, but it wouldn't be advisable for our vendor to do that because we're in a position to decide not to use them. So again, that is a process that you all staff have been undertaking since, I believe February, if I'm not mistaken, Councilman Sam Jenkins?
Absolutely. It is an ongoing process, and it probably would have been better to allow that process to resolve itself before we made the decisions that we were making today, which is something I did suggest early on when these amendments came forward. If it has something to do with this particular financial advisor or this particular contract, let that process play itself out and then make some decisions from there. A lot of this possibly could have been addressed through that process, but I don't want to make a lot of public statements about it because it's still a work in progress. It's not complete.
Well, I know that the administration that we met as early as, or as recently rather as this week, with internal audit staff, going over these matters and what have you, which is the basis of the comments that I've made. And again, if we are making these types of charter impacting decisions based upon the personality of the individuals who hold the seat of mayor or who happens to be the financial advisor, it is similar to those folks that I counseled with when George W. Bush was president, who felt that there should be drastic measures taken to rein in actions that he was taking that would have been damaging to the office of the presidency because they didn't like the policies or the decisions that he was making. My response to them was, you don't diminish or change or debase the office of the presidency because you don't like the individual or the politics of the individual who holds the office. The office does not belong to that individual, it belongs to the people. If this is an issue and a matter that involves the personalities or the individuals of the folks who hold these positions, be it mayor, financial advisor, or what have you, then, as has been stated, let's address and resolve and engage in a process that allows us to resolve those issues and those matters, as opposed to taking precedent-setting action that ultimately ends up diminishing, hampering, possibly crippling the forward-going operation and functioning of our government.
The vote has been taken. I think what this does is this is going to open new opportunities for discussion at a different level, and I think that will be a good thing. Mr. Thompson, please proceed.
Mr. Chairman, before we wrap up, Mr. Jenkins, do we have a copy of the comments that you referenced?
I will. I'll put it together and send it to you.
It should be in the minutes.
It should be in the minutes. We can get it off the minutes.
Well, that'll take me at least a couple of days. We were hoping to have a little bit of a head start.
I got some other notes on there that I chose not to say that I'd like to make sure they're somewhat in concert what I did say here. So
I don't want you to damage the public record now.
That's what I'm trying to keep it the same way. It's my idea.
Mr. Thompson?
Number 52, I hate to say, is related to 47, 48, 49, and 50. It's amends the 2013 budget for the Convention Center Hotel Enterprise Fund, and it relates to the financial advisory services also.
So move for it.
Motion by Councilman Oliver Jenkins.
Second, huh?
Second by the Vice Chair. Any discussion?
Once again, I think this is in line, as the clerk said, with the previous ordinances, and for consistency's sake, I will not be supporting this one with all due respect to the author.
There is no further discussion. Please vote. Councilman Shine, you thinking?
Yeah, I was kind of hesitant. I wanted to make sure that I heard very well what Councilman Jenkins was saying.
That is 5 yes, 2 opposed. Mr. Johnson?
Number 53 amends the 2013 Airports Enterprise Fund budget, and
So
it has
moved.
nothing to do with the financial advisory.
Second. Motion by the Vice Chair, second by Councilman Sam Jenkins. Any discussion?
Yes. Mr. Mayor, I think you picked a very competent airport director. Is he still in?
He's still here.
Okay. Won't you stand and let us see your smiling face?
We hadn't voted yet, he might not smile.
Thank you for the fine job that you're doing.
All right, please vote. 7 yes, no opposition. Mr. Johnson?
Number 54 amends the 2013 capital improvements budget. I believe this moves funds around for projects that are ready.
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Councilman Everson, second by Councilwoman McCullough. Any discussion?
Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Mayor?
For the sake of 54 and 55, and I know I may be catching them off guard, but I want Sharika and Dale to give you all a brief recap, essentially for the record, because this does in fact involve council requested action that obviously the administration was in the process of evaluating, but was in response to whether or not we were making the most effective and direct use of the available funds from the first bond sale. We made a recommendation to you all back in May. This is the ultimate impact of that. In addition, I would offer you an update. I believe at the last time that particular memo was issued to you all, there was some $35 million that was still yet unencumbered. That number has now been reduced in the last 3 weeks by another almost $10 million as well. So it's right in line with what we indicated to you all, that it would have a series of encumbrances as we went forward. So Barbara, you can comment on the sewer end. Dale, you and Sharika and Shelley cover what we're doing with public buildings.
What we're doing, a couple of the monies that we're moving around are actually for projects that have already bid, we've gotten contracts for, and they came in under budget. And so we're moving those funds so that we can expend them for similar projects that were under the auspices of the bond issue, sewer projects, lift stations, or sewer mains. The other main project that we're looking at moving funding from is the Stoner Force Main project. That project's going to require the relocation of our Champion Lake lift station. So it's taking the design engineer a little bit longer, and not knowing when the second bond sale will come into play as far as when we will get those monies. The plans for the Broadmoor, the 48-inch outfall for Broadmoor, are much further along and should be complete within the next couple months, and so we'll be able to bid that project sooner. And so we're moving a fairly large amount of money. That is a huge project. The Broadmoor outfall project is a huge project, and it's something that needs to be done very soon.
Thank you, Barbara. And if we get Shelley on municipal auditorium.
Barbara, while you're there, and I just kind of missed out on something, the project, what project is this now? That you're referencing?
The Broadmoor sewer outfall.
Right, but is that where you all got the $30,000 from District A to work on this project? Is this the same project?
No, ma'am.
Okay, well, I know the month of June is here,
Yes.
And it has approached. Are we gonna be looking at putting that $30,000 back into the budget
Actually,
for District
it was
A?
300,000.
300, sorry,
and-
yeah.
Yes, ma'am, and it's a water main project, and so we're working with finance on our unappropriated funds, and as soon as we get those, that report back from them, we should be able to move that plus some money from another project that's closing, to put it back into your project. Yes, ma'am, I know where the
Yeah,
300,000
I think we
needs to
said
go
by
back.
June, the money should be put back.
We're working with finance to try to,
The $300,000
Yes,
back?
ma'am.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you, Barbara.
Course number 55, we talked a little bit about yesterday. When we had the opportunity to apply for tax credits, it gave us the ability to do more, to actually do the scope of work that we originally planned for municipal auditorium. It actually gives us about $1 million more there. And when we first set out to do the bond projects, we really thought and planned out how we would sell the bonds. And we believed that in the first sale, we could maybe phase the Cargill Ballpark renovations. But after we got into design, it became apparent that we would need the second sale to even go to construction with that. And so that's why we chose to take it from there. We will be able to actually sell those tax credits or market those tax credits next April when the project is complete at Municipal Auditorium. So by that time, we hope that we've had a second sale. These monies would then replace those that we are moving around. So that's what we're doing with number 55. And it allows us to take advantage of our contractor who is already on site at Municipal and maximize the dollars that we have to spend.
Thank you, Shelley.
May I ask her a question while she's here? I love that color on you, Shelley.
Thank you.
Wonderful. David Raines Recreational Center, I noticed that it seems like they're wrapping up.
Pretty quickly. So we hope by August that we'll be doing a grand reopening, and I think the public will be very pleased with the progress that we've made there and some of the changes that will be in store for there. And the restrooms, the outdoor restrooms.
1st of August or the last of August, so within the next 30 to 90 days.
I will get you a good firm date.
Okay. Thank you.
We're
so
ready.
much.
If I could just briefly, I
Hope to
just
do a big
wanna-
back to school effort then.
Oh, okay.
I just want to go on the record and thank the administration for their support of Shelley, and thank Shelley for being innovative and finding this additional capital dollars for this project. I think this is something that presents an exciting opportunity to the city of Shreveport for other projects that we have. There's a host of applications from some of our fire stations to some of our other historic buildings where this type of tax credit could be a possibility for extending our dollars. It's just a very innovative and resourceful way to take a program that exists that typically is used by the private sector, but make it work for the public sector. And I'm just really proud of y'all for putting it together and making it work. So I just want to sort of publicly acknowledge that effort and thank y'all for doing that.
Thank you, Shelley.
Excellent, Shelley. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Wanted to make sure we clarify for the folks who are out there and for the record exactly what those actions represent and the progress that it is representative of.
Good news. We are now voting on number 54.
So move.
Second.
I think we already had it.
Oh, you already had something?
I'm sorry.
Been a long time
Okay.
ago.
I know.
Okay.
That is 7 yes, no opposition. Mr. Thompson?
Number 55 has an amendment. It amends the 2013 capital improvements budget. This is the one that Shelley was just talking about. The original ordinance as drafted would move $1,045,000 from the Cargill Park Ball Field Complex renovations to the Municipal Auditorium improvements ADA compliance. And the amendment changes that figure to $1,020,000 to be moved.
So move on the amendment, Mr. Chairman.
Second.
Motion by the Vice Chair, second by Councilman Everson. Mr. Thompson, did you need to say something? Okay. No discussion, please vote on the amendment.
Mr. Shines, please.
Thinking again. So move, Mr. Chairman, on the legislation as amended.
Second.
That is 7 yes on the amendment. Please vote on as amended. Seven yes, no opposition, and that was motion by the Vice Chair, second by Councilman Everson. Mr. Thompson, I believe we're at number 56.
Correct. It amends chapters 34 and 78 of the code by deleting references to the Department of Operational Services and making the appropriate corrections. It clarifies certain administrative procedures and otherwise provides with respect thereto.
So moved, Mr. Chairman.
Second.
Motion by the Vice Chair, second by Councilman Everson. If no discussion, please vote. Seven yes, no opposition.
Number 57 amends and reenacts Section 62-2B pertaining to the Department of Public Assembly and Recreation and otherwise provides with respect thereto.
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Councilman Sam Jenkins, second by Councilman Everson. If there's no discussion, please vote. Seven yes.
Number 58 creates stop intersections in the 12 Oaks subdivision within the city limits of Shreveport.
So moved.
Second.
Motion by the Chair, second by Councilwoman McCullough. Please vote. Seven yes.
Number 59 is a zoning matter. It rezones concerning C-38-13. It rezones property located on the southeast corner of Leo Avenue and Uri Drive from SPI 3E Commercial Corridor Overlay Extended Use District limited to sewing machine sales and service to SPI 3E Commercial Corridor Overlay Extended Use District limited to sewing machine sales, service, and the retail sales of jewelry only.
And so move.
Second.
And just one question. We didn't have any public comments on this particular issue, did you? Okay.
Motion by Councilman Oliver Jenkins, second by Councilman Sam Jenkins. If no discussion, please vote. And that is seven yes, no opposition. I believe that takes us down to appeals. There are no ABO appeals, we do have two MPC appeals. And again, I want to thank you for your patience and your civics lesson today and sticking this out. Mr. Thompson will take up the zoning appeal C-4113 first. Would you read the appeal letter or appropriate information, and then we'll go to public comments?
This is Emberwood, right?
Yes.
The request is for the request of the applicant was for site plan approval of an office building with a residence at the top floor for use by the owner. The property has R-1D to the north and east, and B3 to the west, and BT2 to the south. The south of the property is an adjacent bank. The application has submitted a site plan with parking, but also has an application requesting a variance in parking, I believe. The board voted 4-2 to approve the application, subject to compliance with the following stipulation. Prior to the retail services being permitted to operate on the property, the owner or representative shall submit a revised site plan for review and approval to ensure that all zoning and development regulations are met. Development of the property shall be in substantial accord with the approved site plan, with any significant changes or additions requiring further review and approval by the Planning Commission.
Thank you, Mr. Thompson. This is an item that we had considerable discussion about yesterday. There was a request to have representatives from MPC here, and they are here today. What I'd like to do is go to public comments first, and then we can open up discussion. What I will ask, because we have a number of people who have signed up to speak, is if you can keep your comments to 3 minutes. That would be great. The council will now recognize Ms. Mariana Jordan. And if you would, when you approach the podium, please state your name correctly and your address.
Mariana Jordan.
You can pull the mic down.
Yeah.
705 Chinkapin, Shreveport, Louisiana, 71106. And I'm the president of the Homeowners Association, Emberwood. And we had two issues. One was landscaping and proper screening, and we have received a revised plan from AFS that agreed to provide more landscaping and have maintenance, perpetual maintenance, which we accept. And then also, we'd like to thank Mr. Kirkland for realizing the need for more screening for privacy. And some of my other neighbors would like to speak on the traffic safety issues, so I'm going to let them have it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Jordan. She's president of the Homeowners Association. Council now recognize Mr. Gary Newell.
Thank you for your time today. When the AFS project was approved on May 1st, we didn't really feel like they considered traffic and public safety issues. The I-49 corridor is kind of overwhelming and dangerous anyways. Everybody familiar with this area? This is where 49 and 3132 come together. I've got a map if it would help. Would it help?
It would help me a lot.
Okay. Can anybody tell me how this thing right here functions?
Face up, I believe.
The other way. Face it up. Just place it face up.
Okay.
Face up.
Face up. What's that?
Technically challenged here.
I'm visual.
There you go, baby.
Usually it's very obvious.
Sure.
This is rather confusing, folks, for me right now. This is 3132 and 49 exiting onto LRB line right here. All this traffic right here, this is a dual exit ramp, and it's very congested and it's got a lot of heavy traffic. Additionally, we have to get over into the left turn lane here to turn onto our private drive, which is Emberwood Drive. And so you've got heavy traffic this way, and everything right now. It's already pretty much maxed out at this point. Our driveway right here, Emberwood Drive, was built as a private drive to our neighborhood. This is really not built to sustain heavy traffic. There was a city engineer by the name of Mr. Westerman. Are y'all familiar with him? He told Roy Jamber that Emberwood Drive would need significant improvements if there was going to be additional access on there, because we're already sharing it with a bank, Capital One Bank here, and a dermatology clinic, which is right here. Again, originally built as a driveway for our neighborhood. Now you're going to add 100 extra cars, because that's about what AFS has got as far as employees. And additionally, they're going to be renting out their bottom floor. So you're looking at 100 additional folks coming in there into this area with the bank and the dermatology clinic in our neighborhood. There was another project that was developed right across the street by the MPC before AFS, if you guys are familiar with this. This is the LRB Loop Partners, I believe. It's a 40,000 square foot, 4-story rental building. So now you've got two major projects, one 40,000 square foot, one 52,000 square foot projects going in. And I don't believe that there's been any considerations done for traffic or the public safety, which is why we're down here today. I mean, you know, you want to go, okay, what are we looking at here? Would a traffic light be better? Would extra turn lanes be better? We don't know, because there was no traffic study done. I've been told that traffic studies can't be done until there is a problem, and you've already done it. And that's kind of a reactive instead of a proactive kind of stance. And I think that in this situation, before we get into some really dangerous situations, because there have been people that have been in our neighborhood that have been involved in rear end accidents coming off here, and there will be some situations along here. I mean, somebody could be.
So moved.
Second.
Go ahead, Mr. Newell.
I'm sorry, I've exceeded my time. So actually, let me just get to the point. We're asking for you to send this back to the MPC and require some type of traffic study. We know what happened with Uri-Bart Coons corridor when we really didn't look at things before. So we're asking you to take this back to the MPC, have them require a traffic study, and then possibly that could help us with public safety, because that's what we're concerned about. We don't think AFS would object to this, because it's for the safety of their employees as well. And also, this project has been in the works for many years, so I don't think a delay at this point would cause any issues. Is there any questions that I can answer at this point? And thank you for your patience with me.
How many years you said this project has been in process?
I don't know for sure, but it's been significant from what I understand. I mean, numerous years.
Thank you, Mr. Newell.
Okay, thank you.
Council now recognize Mr. William Cawthorn.
My name is William Cawthorn. I live at 724 Coachlight Road, Emberwood, Shreveport, Louisiana, 71106. We have a serious safety problem that's going on right now. I've been in Emberwood now for almost 25 years, and I've seen the traffic get worse and worse and worse. As the speaker before me was mentioning, can we show this? On the Emberwood here, on Ellaby Road, we have a problem today getting out. Between 6 and 9 o'clock in the morning, it's very dangerous because the traffic is coming up Ellaby from the light on Bert Coombs all the way up, and the speed limit is 50 miles an hour. And there's no stoplight until you get to the freeway there. And so everybody's speeding. The speed limit is 50, but we could say they're going 50 to 70 miles an hour. I go out the back entryway because it's a lot safer. That would be Chinky Pen. And if you go out Emberwood Drive at that time, we have school buses loading up for kids going to school. And at the same time this morning, we took a count over at the dermatology clinic. At 8:30 this morning, there were 88 cars already. And that was just the first go around. So now we're going to add 120 or maybe more cars coming in to Emberwood Drive. Another thing that really kind of puzzled me is how did the business across the street get a curb cut, and we can't get a curb cut on the east side because it's too dangerous. Well, if it's too dangerous on the east side, why wouldn't it be that dangerous on the west side? We got those two businesses, one 40,000 square feet and the other one 52,000 square feet. We need to rescind this back to the MPC or let it stand until you do some research for the purpose of safety. We know that this board and the MPC is responsible for organizing and making certain that we as citizens are safe.
Second. So moved.
Second. Go ahead, Mr. Cawthorn.
And actually, we need to do something about it. We don't need to go to work and open the barn door and let the horses out before we get the surrounding finished. And that's where we are, and we need your help to do that. Help us to make certain that we're safe, that we can get out on Ellaby without getting killed. And that's what it amounts to, because it's getting more dangerous every day out there. Thank you.
Council now recognize Harlan Cody Appeal? Apple, sorry.
Thank you for your time. I'll try and keep my comments brief. I know we have a 3-minute window. One of the first things I'd like to say is this is about AFS, but it's really bigger than AFS. This concerns everybody. This is more of a civic matter. As Mayor Glover pointed out earlier, we're one of the fastest growing cities in America. And that's a great achievement. Great achievement. But with great achievement comes great responsibility. Responsibility to the personal safety of all of us, the whole community. Myself, AFS, everyone who is involved that travels any of these streets. And what I have here If I could get the projector.
We'll get them to put it back up.
Okay. It's a little hard to see here, but one of the things we're really worried about is with the backup and the amount of people coming in and out of AFS's drive, this is going to create an overflow of traffic. And it's not going to take very long for people to realize that instead of exiting out here and going on to Ellerby Road, they can just as soon take a left, come into our neighborhood, go through our neighborhood, back into Chinquapin through our side streets, and then come out through the back drive. And these streets are only 1 lane wide. They're not as wide as a regular street. So that creates a lot of safety problems for our children and for people that are playing, you know, those streets are not designed for that. And I'll speak real quickly on a couple of other points because I spoke about this at the MPC meeting. And in a rebuttal, AFS mentioned that they have flexible work hours, and I understand that. That's great. They allow their employees to come in between 7 and 9. That's great, but my employer does the same thing. I still get there at the same time every day, 8:55. It's human nature. There's going to be lots of problems, lots of people coming in at the same time. And as my other neighbors touched on, you have a 40,000 square foot facility here with 168 parking spaces. AFS is going to have around 180 with 100 of their own employees and 17,000 square feet of rental property. So that's anywhere from another 50 to 100 other cars that will be coming in with them. Again, we're just asking that you send this back for consideration for a traffic study. That's no more, no less. Just for our public safety. Like I said, it's a great responsibility that I think really needs to be addressed. And at this time, just because we can't all speak, I would like to ask the other members of my neighborhood to stand up.
You close your gate right there.
How many of us we have here? Yes, we've had some that have had to leave. So with that, I'll relinquish the floor unless anyone has any questions.
Councilman.
Thank you.
I guess I have one, and kind of a backwards approach to this. But do you have a gate right at the entrance there, don't you?
We do.
So conceivably, y'all could just shut that gate.
I believe there's a state ordinance on that. I believe there's a state ordinance or a state law that I may have been informed wrong. I was under the impression that they had to remain open between, I thought, 7 in the morning and 7 at night.
I think that's a local, I think that's a local ordinance. I think that's our law that would say, because they're public streets, so, you know, just like, I don't think we could close them.
Well, I mean, we
But
can.
am I wrong? I don't
There
know.
are some gated communities that have gates closed.
I think it depends if the streets are dedicated or not.
And
If
these
the
are.
streets are not dedicated.
So, but I mean, that could be an approach. I'm just throwing out.
And again, that's all that we're asking is for open dialogue, because we just felt at the MPC, this got lightly brushed over, and no real consideration was brought to this.
The gates stay open from 7 to 7 in your
I
community?
believe that's about right. It changes sometime in the winter. Maybe they close at 7, maybe in the summer 8.
But they're open during the course of the day?
Yes, they're open throughout the course of the day. And like I said, I believe that's in accordance with the city ordinance.
Mr. Chairman, I hope the chairman, who is your city council member, don't mind me saying this. I would hope that most of your direction would be directed at him, because generally speaking, we usually kind of follow the direction of the council member whose district the situation is in. So I think what you all are asking for is for this to be remanded back to the MPC.
That's precisely what we're asking.
Right. I don't mean to put him on the spot, but he's gonna be the person that would lean in that direction. So maybe if you could look him straight in the eyes,
It's a pretty please with the sugar on top.
We'll get through
And again, and I'm with you. I know, I'm not, and that's, and I'm with you, and, but.
Because to be truthful with you, I'm basically going to lean, and adhere to his, direction and comments. I have the utmost of respect for Mike, and he does a fine job, and to be truthful with you, I'm not as familiar with that area as he is. If it was Broadway and Hollywood, then I would.
Sure, granted, granted.
I travel, but
And that's the purpose of what we've done here, is to try and illustrate this to you and bring it up, because I understand that you don't live there, you don't pull out of the neighborhood and see cars whipping around this corner at 70 miles an hour every morning.
Right.
And what this reminds me of is just north of that, just north of us, at the corner of Spring Lake and Ellerby, there's a stoplight there. Anyone remember why that stoplight got put there? I want to say Christmas Eve in 1996, there was a tragic accident right there. I believe a mother and 2 children were killed at that intersection from the same thing. And that was before all of this development is here. And as we said earlier, this is just the beginning. There's going to be more and more coming. So I'm just asking that we be proactive instead of being reactive to the problems. And as Gary pointed out earlier, I believe it's 14 years. Mr. Babineau could enlighten me on that. I believe this project's been in the works for 14 years. We're just asking for a couple more months for someone, a third party, a qualified party, to do a traffic study. No more, no less.
I'm kind of curious. I mean, I don't know. I look at this situation, I see some clear potential problems. Of course, I also think that, obviously land needs to be developed and it needs to be done smartly, and we need to, but I just look at this and I think, a traffic study would be helpful, but it seems like there are some obvious things that could be done where they're not recommendations. I mean, that's why we sort of asked for the traffic department to make some recommendations, because it seems to me like there's got to be something fairly obvious that would help correct a situation that I don't think we need a study to tell us it's going to back up sometimes.
It's going to back up. There are several problems that I see. First off, are Emberwood and Hood Street across the street. And there's a major bank here, and also the dermatology clinics. These don't match up, so something would have to happen there to get, if you were going to install a light of some kind.
Well, if we can do this, if we can get through public comments, and then I'd like to have city engineer come up and share information from them and from DOTD, and I think that may help with some of this as well.
Yeah. Fair enough. Thank you.
Council now recognize Dr. Enrique Gonzalez. And he may have left.
I think I saw him over here and he left.
Mike, may I ask a question?
Sure.
I believe I either spoke with Mr. Carthon or Councilman Jenkins. It appears as if though I was told that the state never requested that a traffic study be done. Did I not hear that?
The state said a traffic study was not required.
Okay. A traffic study was not required.
Correct.
Which
But with all that's going on with
I just want to be clear.
But with all that's going on, don't worry about it. I don't want to point fingers at anybody. But my fear is, with all that's going on with 3132 Councilman Shine, traffic-wise, and now what's going on with, what is that, Emberwood Lane? Emberwood? Yeah, I mean, this is going to be even more disastrous, I would think. I mean, but I can appreciate you, Mike, saying that we need to listen to our city engineers, because, in remanding it back to the MPC, and speaking with one of my colleagues earlier, you know, who's to say that they won't send it right back to us? But it's evident, and I do agree, that 3132 already has its problems with traffic. And now you have joining traffic problems. So, I mean, there's no telling what might happen. You know, I think a lot is going on in District A, but I don't know, Mike, you might have us beat, you know? But, yeah, I'm just concerned that, you know, this really could become disastrous. I mean, as far as the safety of the citizens, and I'm willing to hear, and I hope that the MPC step up to the plate. I'm willing to hear from our engineers to go back and revisit this and look at it again. Although the state didn't require that a traffic study be done, it's evident now that a traffic study should have been done based on the growth of the city now. So that's what I wanted to say.
Council will now recognize Mr. Pete Zan Miller.
Good afternoon. I'm Pete Zandmiller. I'm the Chief Operating Officer of AFS, so I'll speak on behalf of the company today. Just to clarify, as far as when planning did start for this project, yes, Mr. Barker, the owner of AFS, has owned the property since 1999. We've looked at this on and off again, also at other properties, but the decision was made in August of last year, and really planning started in September with the meeting with Clarence Babineau at SGB, and that's when we started putting together the plan. It started out as a 35,000 square foot building, then went to what it is today through numerous times. We certainly have been trying to work with the neighborhood, and I think we have been working with the neighborhood, trying to address their concerns and listen to what they were saying. We actually had a meeting with them on a Saturday back in March and shared with them the plans that we had for the building and talked to them about what it would include, when we would be operating, what type of business would be happening there, and how many employees and everything else. We took their feedback and did make some changes to the building design to try to add more privacy to them. With their help, we did receive the variance request for our parking, and we have pushed the we eliminated parking spaces closest to Emberwood to again add more green space and more privacy. The MPC did request during that variance meeting that we did plant more mature trees to again try to add to that privacy, and we've agreed to that. So rather than 8-foot trees, we're looking at planting 20-foot trees. So regarding the traffic and the safety of the traffic, certainly we're concerned about that. We did go to the to the DOT and request a curb cut off of LRB. Just north of Capital One, and they rejected that request. So because there is a divided median in that area as well, so I don't even know if it's physically possible. We then approached Capital One to see if we could utilize their driveway. Certainly with our parking in the rear of the property, we would have to eliminate all of the parking spots along that north side of their parking lot, and they weren't real keen about that either. We even approached Capital One about purchasing their building, and we would demolish that, and they would, then be a tenant in our building. We are going to be a Class A space. They considered that for a couple weeks, and then came back to us and said they weren't interested in that. So we certainly have done a lot to try to find alternatives. We believe the Emberwood Drive is the best. The city engineer, when we initially had the plan, we had 3 driveways coming onto Emberwood. The engineer requested that we consolidate that down to 2, so we've taken the 2 drives that were for our parking lot entrance and egress and converted that into a single drive to minimize that. We do have 95 employees in the Shreveport office.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes. Go ahead.
So, the numbers are about right. About 100 cars on average will be coming in. We do offer our employees from 7 to 9 to come in. We have done a traffic study of our own, if you will, and looked and plotted where all of our employees are located, living at, and we believe that the vast majority, in excess of 95%, will be coming in off of 3132 onto LRB and making that turn onto Emberwood and in. So as far as leaving in the evening, the vast majority of that will be making a left-hand or a right-hand turn off of Emberwood to get back onto 3132. So I don't believe that there's going to be a lot of backup on Emberwood Drive as employees are leaving. If there's any backup, it would probably be employees turning left onto Emberwood Drive in the morning. So we would have no objections to a traffic study, although we are under a huge time constraint. Our lease, we've already added one extension to our lease in the Beard Tower. That expires in October of 2014. The contractor that we have secured projects a 12 to 14 month construction window for this building. So we're already trying to find ways to kind of fast track the construction in order for us to get out of our building that we're currently in by October. So although we certainly understand the need for a traffic study, we do need a quick resolution so we can move forward with the building. So I'm here to answer any questions if you have them. Thank you.
Any questions? Thank you, Mr. Van Miller. Robert, could you come talk to us a little bit about traffic engineering from the city standpoint and communications with DOTD?
Sharing this do this parking.
Yes, sir.
No, just good.
As you well know, Jim Oye is the traffic engineer for DOTD District 4 headquarters in Bossier City. Jim Oye looked at this site, he's talked to the AFS people, he advised them and he advised us that based on his analysis of the situation, a traffic study was not needed for that particular site. Primary reasons for those are traffic flow. That is a destination site, it is not an origin site. The subdivision itself is an origin site going to other destinations. So subsequently, your traffic flow is in opposite directions between the destination and the origin. They're coming in the morning, Emberwood's leaving. In the evening, Emberwood's coming in, they're leaving. So you're not complicating the situation by compounding traffic. So the additional traffic that's going to be generated by the AFC, like I said, will be in opposite flow direction to the citizens of Emberwood. AFS did mention the fact that we did talk to them about the 2 driveways. We reduced it from 3 to 2 in order to help the situation of Emberwood Drive. Excuse me, I beg your pardon. One other issue, Councilman Jenkins asked yesterday about the dedication of Emberwood Drive. The original subdivision of Emberwood was dedicated without a connection to Emberwood. There was a future dedication indicated on the plat for Emberwood subdivision. That dedication came about when there was an Emberwood commercial subdivision, 2-lot subdivision, fronting Ellaby Road, that dedicated that section of Emberwood Drive.
Just so we're clear on that, so the developer for the Emberwood subdivision didn't necessarily have anything to do with the Emberwood Drive.
Well, that's not exactly correct. The owner of the Emberwood subdivision and the owner of the commercial lot subdivision are the same owners.
Gotcha. But in the original Emberwood subdivision design, was there a road on that plat?
There was a future dedication indicated on the plat for Emberwood subdivision.
But not constructed till after the fact.
That is correct.
And the width of Emberwood Drive, because I mean I see it on the diagram here, but I'm really just going off memory of driving that street, and it's not full city street width, is it?
Yes, sir, it is.
Oh, it is? Okay.
Yes, sir.
And are there right-of-ways on either side? I mean, what I'm getting at is, I mean, is there the possibility of some kind of a, I don't know, a de-acceleration lane or something to be added that would help mitigate any buildup of?
Again, the state considered a right turn lane. I had communications with Jim Oye and talked to him about the possibility of having a right turn lane for northbound traffic on Ellaby Road onto Emberwood Drive. He reviewed the situation, and again, it was his recommendation that that right turn lane was not necessary.
So I want to make sure I'm understanding. If there's going to be any widening of lanes or putting in additional lanes, are you saying that has to come from the state and not the city?
DOTD is a state highway.
Right.
Now,
So it's
the
elevated.
city can do widening of state highways with DOTD permission. But normally that's associated in their, is based on their approval and their recommendations.
And DOTD would also be who would have to authorize a traffic signal.
That is correct.
With regard to traffic, so I'm assuming that this probably violates their current new rules about distance between traffic signals. Is that
The
true?
current regulations would indicate that a signal located at this particular intersection would be in violation of the current requirements for signals. They usually require about a half a mile separation between two signals.
And can you, using any map that you can pull up or somebody's map, show where the curb cut is being done on the west side? And that's an ingress and egress?
Yes,
Is
sir.
it just one curb cut? Is it two? Tell me how that deal sets up.
And I guess while we're getting that map together, has the site plan been final approval on that on that west side development? Has that site plan been approved?
Okay, according to MPC, Stephen Jean, he's telling me that yes, sir, it has been approved. Okay. Now you're talking about this development on this side over here.
Yes.
Okay, their curb cut has been approved, coming in approximately this location right here.
So, kind of across from the Branch is what you're saying?
Yes, sir. It's almost across from the driveway of the branch for the bank.
And in your, I mean, were you surprised that DOTD did not give AFS a curb cut from their property or not?
I was somewhat surprised by it, but I understand their logic as far as a full access driveway is concerned. They were concerned that traffic would try to make a U-turn around the nose of this median here, go back northbound to turn into the driveway for AFS.
Well, I mean, can't they do a right in, right out type of?
Yeah, wouldn't they allow them to do, I mean,
That was a question I asked DOTD, and I was told no.
Right.
Did they give specific reasoning for that?
The only reason that was given to me was about U-turns, making that, they were, even though right in and right out, as we all know by experience, people will still try to do it the wrong way. A classic example is if you've been out to Uri Drive at 70th Street and seen traffic go the wrong way trying to go into the shopping center on the south side of 70th Street.
Right, but I mean, you could extend that, you could extend the median. I mean, I know there are arguments somebody can drive over the median, but I mean, for practical purpose, you could extend that median to satisfy that problem. No, you can't, and I know we've got an architect that knows a lot about that here, so.
Cuts off the bank. Yeah, it's going to cut off the bank exit drive is what it's going to do. They currently have full access now left and right, and if you extend the median, you're going to cut that off.
Yeah, I mean, I'm no traffic expert, but I think eventually when you build up a lot of traffic in there, these left-hand turns across LOB, I mean, that's ultimately going to stop. But
So basically, we've got a parcel of land that is landlocked except for using Emberwood Drive.
That is correct.
There's no other way in at this point.
At this point, that is correct.
What else could possibly come out of a traffic study then? I mean, if the roadway is pretty much controlled by the state, the main roadway that we want to use is controlled by the state. I mean, what else? I'm hearing the concerns of the neighborhood, but what is going to come out of a traffic study if we have very limited control as a city as to curb cuts and anything else along that?
What a traffic study will normally analyze is the traffic flow. And based on that, they will determine how long does somebody have to wait in order to proceed through an intersection. That's one of the criteria of it. That's what changes the level of the intersection from a level A all the way down to a level D type of intersection, is how long someone has to wait. The other issues are accident ratios and other, there's about 14 items on a traffic study that we're looking at, and when you're talking about warranting a traffic signal.
And is there, I mean, I know that in the discussion, and forgive me if this has been already addressed and I just didn't digest it right, but I know that the discussion was had with Capital One about, there were several options that were mentioned about potentially sharing that. Is there no, you know, I sometimes look at a situation like when we built, when Sam's was approved and Target was approved and they weren't connected and we had to go back and build this road, and it was, you know, it was a long drawn out kind of process for something that really made ultimate sense in the first place, that they should have been connected. Is there no way we can compel a connection between the entry and exit into Capital One and the neighboring site? It just seems like it makes so much sense.
If they were both new developments occurring now, then yes, sir, we could compel them to use a joint use driveway. For me to go back and compel them now, I'd have to ask Ms. Scott her legal opinion on that sort of issue and whether it's not something that would be recommended.
And I think and Clarence or Pete may want to jump in on this, but I think that part of the discussion, as I remember it with Capital One, was that if you use that as a common driveway, they lost a number of parking spaces, and that was the problem with
Which
them.
at this point, though, I mean, AFS is spending a lot of additional paving to go all the way out to Emberwood Drive. I'm sure they wouldn't have minded adding a little bit more parking to it. You know, I mean, it seems like that could have been resolved.
He appears he wants to talk.
Mr. Cawthorn?
Yeah.
My question, as a resident, how do we get out onto the main drive safely with the increased traffic and the speed? We got a problem there. That's a very serious problem I don't think we're giving any consideration to. We got Ellaby Road. We're having a problem now getting out between 6 and 9 in the morning. And if we go to work and allow the traffic to come in while we're trying to come out, and we still can't get out now, that's all it's going to do is impact the ability to get out to onto Ellaby Road.
And Mr. Cawthorn, is the primary difficulty making left turns out of Emberwood Drive onto Ellaby Road?
Primary,
or is it just in general?
It's in general. It's getting onto Ellaby Road at that time in the morning. I'd like you to come out, or somebody to come out and just observe the traffic and our ability to get out onto Ellaby Road.
Yeah.
And it's impossible to make a left turn at Emberwood Drive and Ellaby in the morning. We have to go, see what they did, they put the dermatology clinic there. We did have a view down the road, but that's a curve there. And you can't see far enough down to get a clear entrance one way or the other.
Yeah.
And something need to be done. And I'm afraid, just like I said initially, if something is not done, we're going to have a serious traffic problem there. And I'm afraid somebody's going to get really killed there.
I mean, I think we're very sympathetic to the concerns of the neighborhood and to the concerns of the AFS as well. I mean, I think both of you seem to be working in earnest to protect your interests, which, it sounds to me like this is a situation that I certainly want to see if we can find out a little bit more from the state about options and what we're able to do, because I'm seeing a couple options that are presenting themselves, but I don't feel like they might be effective enough. So I want to find out a little bit more personally. But
I want to let it be known that we're not against AFS coming into the neighborhood. We are facing a very serious safety problem.
I understand, and I think it's a good point to make, and I think you've all been very civil in your discussions. I mean, it is appreciated. Sometimes we get people who come in very combative. So.
Well, I want to respond to Mr. Cawthorn's statements, and everyone's had their shot to speak a little bit, but I think we're confusing some different issues. I mean, from what Mr. Cawthorn's talking about, there has been a long-standing traffic issue here that's either not been brought up properly or not been addressed, is what I hear you saying, is that today it's dangerous to pull out of there because of other developments and other things that have gone in. And I understand that. And for whatever reason, we've not given that any attention. And I have a question for Mr. Babineau, Mr. Zanmiller. If we postpone this 2 weeks to try to get some more information from DOTD or try to get some additional alternatives from DOTD, what type of effects does that have on what you're doing?
That's business.
Even though 2 weeks doesn't sound like a long time, it's going to require us really, we're at the point now where we have to make decisions, and Clarence has already started the engineering phase of it, the design phase of it, so that would be an issue. And certainly, if there's a change in it, that would really throw it into a loop, you know. Just, we can sit here and discuss it for another week, 2 weeks, but you know, we need to be breaking ground by September in order for that building to be ready the following year for us to move in. So it would be significant. So while I got the mic, if I can real quick, the 40,000 square foot building across the way, I think the question came up about why there was a curb cut there. DOT gave a curb cut there. My understanding is that that's the only access to that property because originally they were planning on coming in off of Hood Street, but that property got sold to a private owner, and so that was the only access to that property, so that's why it was granted. So,
Councilman Oliver
Let
Jenkins.
me just, you know, I will just tell you, I'm a little fearful here that, and I don't know, it's not my place to speak for somebody else, but Imberwood may get something that they like less on the next go-around. I mean, I'll just tell you, if for some reason we convince DOTD that there is a right-in, right-out option for AFS, that means that building that AFS has is going to be backed up right against those people that live in Imberwood. And so that's the first thing that I think y'all really should consider, that in terms of, you got maybe a traffic problem, but you've asked for a lot of barriers in terms of privacy, which they've granted you recently, could have a very detrimental effect to that aspect. The other thing is, we could come up with a lot of only right out, right in type of options, both in and out of Ellerby Road, both in and out of Imberwood. I don't know if that's going to particularly suit y'all at the moment. So I've worked a little bit on this on behalf of some of the constituents out here, and today I'm not sure that the potential other options are really better deals for y'all, but I hope y'all recognize that if you go down this path. That's all I'm going to say.
And just finally, if we could ask Stephen to come up from MPC.
I think we should at least give it
Oh, yes, ma'am. I'm sorry.
I'm Sarah Boswell. I live on Coach Light Road in the neighborhood, and I just want to bring up one aspect of this picture that I haven't heard anybody speak to yet. When I'm coming home from work off of 3132, because I've come down I-49, and I come over, okay, so I'm coming east on 3132, then I turn to go north on, south, okay, south on Ellerby. The median lane there only has space for about 3 cars to stack up, and so there are a lot of people going into the bank, and so I have to make that decision of, okay, do I go in front of them to turn left, or well, maybe they live in the neighborhood and they're going to go all the way to Imberwood, so I better get in behind them. There's really only, you got to make some driving decisions. There's only room for about 3 cars to stack up there. Some are going to the bank, some are going into the neighborhood. So I do think that, you know, it's too close to the other 2 traffic lights. There's one in front of 3132 and there's one right behind 3132. So that would, you'd have, if we had a light at Imberwood, you'd have 3 lights just within, you know, I don't know, really close. So probably Emberwood is the only access road but it'll probably have to be repaved. But I've been rear-ended trying to get off 3132 going south, and before he married into the family, my son-in-law got rear-ended there, or he rear-ended somebody there. So, I mean, that's just two people that I know. Anyway.
And I'm fearful that the left-hand lane won't exist anymore for you to even turn left.
Yeah.
That's what.
That would be.
That's what I'm
really
saying.
dangerous.
You start.
I mean, it's just the median, but it's an open medium that we use.
State highway could just come in and say, well, there's too much traffic there and there's too many accidents, so we're not going to allow you to turn left into your subdivision.
Yeah, I don't know how it's going to be solved.
I think the unfortunate thing about all of this is anything dealing with how the exit ramps are configured or how Ellerby Road is configured in the medians, we have zero control over what happens there. It's all
maybe
state.
Slowing people down who are coming north on Ellerby, man, they are whipping around that corner, and they're just. I bank at OIB, and it's very dangerous for me to cross Ellerby. You know, the two streets, Emberwood and the one coming out of OIB are off center, and it's dangerous.
You know, I believe the traffic issue there in that intersection, in that area, needs to be addressed. I really do. But I don't think it's tied directly to this building. I think that's the problem here. I know the building is coming, and you know, it may be some additional traffic as a result of it. And I certainly feel the concern that is coming from the community. But it looks like it's something that's going to have to be looked at a little bit longer, and it's going to involve the state. I'm not sure you're going to be able to get the relief you're looking for here. Even if we took it back and say, take this back to the MPC to do a traffic study, they can't make the state of Louisiana do something. We are city jurisdiction. They can't make the state of Louisiana do something. There's going to have to be some dialogue about your concerns through your council member with the state and the Department of Transportation, and to the extent that we as a city can patrol that area and try to do some things to help out. That may be the route it would need to go, because what I'm hearing is not directly linked to the building. If I'm making any sense, it's going to take some time to get to the bottom of what you got, but you do have my concern. You really do have my concern about it. I just don't know if we have a remedy for what you're trying to do here. To simply send it back or delay it or say, talk about it. I mean, the state can tell us to go fish. We would have to really engage them in a way that could hopefully get some kind of answer for you, but I don't think it's directly linked, directly tied to the fact that the building is coming up out there. Seems to be something already going on there that needs to be looked at as an entire package. And hopefully, Councilman Carter, is something going forward that will not be forgotten, and maybe that dialogue can take place. But I just don't see a total direct connection between the building and the traffic problem that you're describing. And it appears that, and we often find ourselves in these situations down here, maybe asking us as a city to try to do something that we don't have any jurisdiction over as far as the roadway. It sounds like that argument is going to have to be taken to the state, who has the final say about what happens on that roadway. That's kind of what it's coming down to.
Stephen, if you would, if any comments that you can add related to any site plan approval, and if any traffic studies are required as a part of that, or anything you can add about, DOTD's comments.
Well, as you look at developments, it depends on the type of development and type of traffic, and I'm not a traffic engineer, but whether or not a traffic impact study is required by the state. There's also a rule that they follow regarding the traffic impact studies in a manual that they have. So a lot of that is governed by their own rules and regulations on whether or not traffic impact studies are required. To my knowledge, neither of the developments we've talked about today, the one across the street, I think that the LB Loop Partners is doing, and this one required a traffic impact study. I can verify that the statements that were made today by Mr. Zandmiller in regard to what and by Robert Westerman of what the state actually required and did not require. I've been monitoring emails and had direct conversations with the state that's been going on for several months. The first issue that the architect began to work on in this development was the access, and bringing that question to the state of whether or not they can gain access directly to Ellaby Road. That was their first choice. And I monitored that correspondence and actually had conversations with Mr. Jim Ollier in that regard. So all those statements are factual. The statement that was made about the traffic, that the reason why curb cut was granted on the opposite side was also factual, is that there's not a means for other alternate means of access to that site. So therefore, the state did grant access at that location because there was not an alternate means of access, where in this case there is an alternate means of access through a public street, which is Emberwood. So hopefully that helped.
Thanks, Stephen. And I think this is a case similar to some others that we've had to consider, where when Emberwood originally began to be developed in 1976, 1977, it was all alone. It was out in the country. There was not a lot out there. There was not the additional Southern Trace, Norris Ferry landings, and things like that. So the traffic was a lot lighter. I think we have a bit of a conundrum here. We are talking about a state-controlled road, and the state has answered the questions of, we're not going to work with you on this. What I will do as councilman for that area is I will request that we have more police patrol on that part of Ellaby Road, because that's something that the city can do. And we can try to enforce speeding and watch what goes on. As we move forward, then we can continue to work with DOTD to see if we can get traffic studies, traffic signals, changes that will change the flow and break the flow of traffic up out there a little bit to do that. But with that, I'm going to make my motion that we uphold the MPC.
Second.
Motion by the chair, second by Councilman Webb. Any additional discussion?
You said uphold the MP's decision to
approve the site plan. And that is 6 yes, 1 no. Mr. Thompson, our next appeal.
Two no's, but
Hey,
the
we're
next
quick enough.
appeal, the applicant is the Housing Authority of the City of Shreveport. The applicant is requesting site plan approval for the construction of multifamily housing in an R3 PUD, Urban Multifamily Residence District Plan Unit Development. To the north and west is zoned R3 PUD. Property to the south is zoned R3 and B2. To the east is zoned B3 and R3. This site was previously a portion of a development known as the Jackson Heights Housing Project. This went before the MPC, and the MPC denied the applicant's request.
Thank you, Mr. Thompson. And again, this is an appeal that we had a lot of discussion on yesterday. We will go through our public comments and then bring up any other officials that we need to hear from. I know we have Mr. Kirkland here to speak on this as well.
Mr. Chairman.
Ms. Shine.
I would ask the people from the, who's involved in this, from the Housing Authority, could they come up to the front where we could, if you're a member of the board or whatever.
Is Jim on the board, or is he just representing? Yeah, at one point I should have recognized Colonel in fine standing with the United States Army when he walked in here today, but it was so crowded, so. Certainly want to recognize Colonel Hill out there, who must be the legal representation for this organization. Appreciate all you do, both in that capacity and what you do for the state and the nation with regard to the U.S. Army.
Council will now recognize Mr. Jim Hill.
I don't even think we know what was said at that point.
Members of the council, I'm just here to answer questions. I am legal counsel, Mr. Art Schultz and Ms. Tony Jackson, who is the development counsel and the architect. If the board has any specific questions for me, I'm here to answer them, but I don't have any presentation unless a question comes up. Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Jenkins, for your comments.
Council now recognize Ms. Antoinette Jackson. East Ridge.
Good afternoon, council members. I'm actually, again, as Mr. Hill said, I'm development counsel for the Shreveport Housing Authority, and I'm here actually as a resource witness if you have any questions that I can answer. But if we let Mr. Schultz go first, I may have some, I may be able to add some information if you have questions, if that's okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Council now recognize Mr. Travis Bogan.
Travis, I see you came ready and you brought a bunch of guns with you. Now that's how you travel, Travis.
Good afternoon, council members. I'm Travis Bogan. I'm the Deputy Director for the Housing Authority, and we are here today requesting your indulgence. And actually, I'm here to support our request as well, but would urge you to hear Brother Art Schultz, and then we'll take it from there. Thank you.
And we now recognize Mr. Art Schultz.
Thank you. I'll try to be as brief as I can, given the presentation that I made yesterday. Just to summarize, the Renaissance at Allendale is a 40-unit first phase development of a planned 120-unit at the site of the former Jackson Heights development. The density is less than half of what we had on the original site. The project is estimated to be about a $6.5 million investment on the part of the Housing Authority. It is anxious to get started. The property, as I said yesterday, is zoned properly. We're not asking for any variances and setbacks. We're not asking for any parking variances. We went before the Metropolitan Planning Commission for site plan approval. At the May 1st meeting, the MPC as a condition to what I understood to be approval was 4 conditions that were placed on the application. We went back before the MPC at the June 5th meeting and presented those 4 conditions, and we were denied for additional conditions that were placed on us that I mentioned yesterday. Those being specifically that the MPC felt that the site did not meet the requirements of the master plan as our building related to wine stock. It also wanted to see additional playground facilities in addition to the playground that we included in this first phase development. There was a comment made that the Phase 1 development did not depart significantly from the design of the original Jackson Heights development, which we take exception to. But those were basically the summary of the comments from the MPC board at the June 5th meeting.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Shine.
I'd basically like to state the same comments that I did on yesterday. I wish you all had gotten started 2 months ago. I would like to see the Lakeside and Allendale area repopulated. I'm kind of an old Booker T fan, and those of you, Oliver, who's too young to remember when Booker T was a viable institution in this town and in this state, and basically in the nation. I want to see you all build because I want to see Booker T come back. They lost a lot of their student population because the housing stock is not what it used to be. So I think the plan that you all have is a beautiful plan. I'm very excited to Mr. Bogan to see some buildings start. And whatever I can do as a council member to help you all get started, you all have my support.
Thank you. Councilman Corman, I probably 5 minutes ago hit the request to speak button. If you would allow me to, I mean, you said we would wait until the...
You certainly can. It's not showing up, but that's fine.
Okay. As the representative of District A, I'm just going to pretty much mimic what I said on yesterday for the record today. Again, since 2004, I've been watching this project in action. And during 2004, I was Caddo Parish Commissioner, serving District 2 at the time. And of course, this wasn't in my district, but you know, I was somewhat nosy because I was dealing with some issues in my district with 15-year leases coming in. And at the same time, watching the Allendale residents being moved away from Jackson Heights. So I pretty much had some background information on actually what took place. I actually witnessed the residents being moved out of Jackson Heights. I actually witnessed the residents campaigning along the sidewalks with signs, begging to come back, have the opportunity to come back into their community. And since I have become the District A representative for what is now Jackson Heights, you know, that gives me even more room to be involved. And so since I've been on the City Council, I've noticed this item, the Renaissance item project, coming up on the agenda. And so I've had some concerns to the point, again, as I said on yesterday, I consulted with the administration to get their views on the project, and as a result of that, they felt that it was a very much needed, good project coming into the community. So with that being said, I was somewhat satisfied. And also along with that, Travis, along with the other co-developer, Mr. Harrington, what was his name? Yeah, actually I met with them along with our city clerk, Mr. Arthur Thompson, and we reviewed your plans, discussed the plans. And since then, I have been, Charles Kirkland, as you know, sitting in on many of the MPC meetings as far as the zoning and the requirements that were being asked of this developer, the adjustments for him to make. Because of my passion for District A, as well as the Allendale community, I really felt an obligation to make sure that we make sure that this process or this procedure was carried out in the best interest of the Allendale residents, of which I actually saw begged, you know, for the opportunity to come back in their community. Also, up to date, based on the summary that was presented on last Friday, and as I understand from the clerk's office, some of my fellow council members requested a hard copy of actually what had transpired up to date. And based on what was presented, although there were some findings that was requested by the developer, he has made every effort to address those findings, to change those findings, although I discovered in sitting in on some of the meetings, you know, although they asked that certain issues be addressed, you all would correct those, and almost the same day they would come up with another concern. So as a representative, so far back as 2004, I was still concerned. But they've met the requirements of the master plan as well as the Choice Neighborhood Initiative. And I would like to take this opportunity, as Councilman Shine has said, to thank you for, you know, coming into the community, enhancing and upgrading our community to meet the needs of not only just one caliber of citizens, but You know, this housing development is a mixed housing development whereby it's inclusive of mixed incomes. So I want to personally thank you for that. There were some issues concerning playgrounds, phase 1 playground, phase 2 playground, phase 3 playground. And I'm like, my God, so many playgrounds, and there was so much emphasis placed on playgrounds. But God is so good. On yesterday, as I shared with this body, I received a call from Senator Gregory Tarver. Probably about 3 weeks ago, I met with Community Development along Bonnie Moore, along with Chloe, who works with Choice Neighborhoods. And they shared with me some efforts that they were making to upgrade A.C. Antoine Park. And of course, you know, they needed money. They always need money. And so they were really wanting money from the state. And so I immediately, at that time, took their request and I walked it in to Senator Gregory Tarver's office that day. And from that point on, up to date on yesterday, Greg gave me a call and told me that the A.C. Antoine Park had been approved for the $400,000. And if Bunny is here, Bunny, you make sure we get hands on that money now, because you know, I've had some experiences whereby they told us we had money, and you know, at the end of the day, the money had slipped through my hand and gone somewhere else. But Bunny, you make sure you get with Greg to make sure we get hands on that money. So the idea of the playgrounds and the basketball courts and all of this, we don't have to worry about that, because if the plan that's in place for the Heritage Project for A.C. Antoine takes place, certainly, as I said on yesterday, we want our youth as well as all of our families to enjoy the use of the new Heritage Project as well as the upgrading of A.C. Antoine Park. They will have a place for the record to play basketball and do a number of other recreational and family type activities in the A.C. Antoine Park. So again, I want to give a special thanks to our Senator Gregory Tarver, special thanks to Bonnie Moore and Choice Neighborhoods for edging me on and giving me something to do, because at the time I was really looking for something to do. And you know, Jeff, we're always looking for money. So I'm thankful to God that we were able to find the money, and I hope that would put you at ease a little bit more as far as trying to make the commitment of those other three playgrounds. And also the idea of the fencing came up, and of course, I'm a mother of 4 children, of which are all grown and on their own pretty much. I've always encouraged them. I said, you know, if you consider an apartment or a condo or whatever, make sure it's gated, you know, based on the times that we're living in now. You know, as a mother, I feel secure knowing that my children are going to be fenced in or that they're going to be gated. So I didn't see where that was going to be a big issue, or should have been a big issue. I talked with Jimmy Couillon about that. I love the idea of the fencing being there. I love the idea of you know, of the gated, the idea of it being gated, you know. So again, thank you for all of your efforts. And again, I am, as Councilman Shine reminded me on yesterday, I am asking for the support of this council based on the history so far back as 2004, when this actually started taking place. I am asking for your support to overturn the MPC's decision of denial for this particular application. Thank you so much.
Councilman Oliver Jenkins.
Okay. Now, not yet. I cannot find in our package, and I've been through everything, what the actual denial is for. Now, we have in our thing that I can see is a deferral to a public June 5th meeting, but beyond that, I don't see a denial in here. So, and I looked for this yesterday, and I got apparently caught up and forgot to ask for the actual. I see that 6-0 voted to delay it or defer it to the June 5th or 6th meeting, but I never in here see the denial.
Stephen and Charles, yeah.
Is it in there?
I don't see it, Julie. If you see it,
I
let us
think
know.
I'm seeing it. I don't know why.
Okay.
I'm looking at the, I guess it's the fact sheet that comes 6/5/13.
Right, the second
Citing that
page,
the
top
site-
of the second page.
citing that the site plan for the first phase indicated parking locations that do not allow the buildings to relate directly to the existing street and the planned internal street network as recommended in the master plan and the choice neighborhoods effort. The fencing is located on the perimeter rather than being located in a more pedestrian accessible manner between the buildings as indicated in future phases. And the playground equipment planned was not adequately sized or configured to address multiple age groups. The board voted 7-0 with 1 abstention to deny the application. Let's see what I clicked on.
Okay, I got you now. Okay, because I saw there was no opposition. They deferred it. I got you.
Okay.
So, I mean, so in summary, there's no discussion in here about the particular location of this. It is the true configuration of the site plan.
Correct.
And then I got the playground discussion. I guess I'm going to have to ask the MPC or what the master plan and choice neighborhoods really means when it says it doesn't support that. So whoever wants to discuss that from
Said it didn't support that?
what says
Charles, Stephen, Dara, who?
that do not allow the buildings to relate directly.
I think I can speak to that. Now, I'm not a professional, but I am familiar with I think what they were referring to in this discussion is that there was some discrepancy between how parking should look in a new development, and this parking is inside of a gate and a barrier, and then there is parking and then a row of entries into the apartments. Whereas I think that which you may see referenced in the master plan and in sort of Louisiana design books and in any urban design book, there are a variety of design forms that are desirable, and I think that there was probably an opinion expressed that I'm assuming somebody on the MPC or on the MPC board, that they would like to see the front of the buildings directly at the street front as opposed to offset by a barrier and a row of parking. However, I'd be remiss if I didn't say that our code is not written to require that or suggest that right now. If it someday becomes that way, that could be a more desirable layout. But right now, this layout is perfectly suitable with what our code requires.
And the issue was moving this parking in between these buildings, and we really wanted to maintain that green space courtyard for the residents. So that was.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman.
May I finish?
Well,
You got the floor.
yes, I mean, if there's 2 or 3 people have had the floor.
No, but he was responding to my question.
I was going to respond to your question.
Okay, so what I'd like is for a representative from the MPC, whether that's a staff member or somebody that sits on that board, to describe to me what the risk is, the true risk here of going with the way it is. I mean, I got your approach, so I want to know what the risk of ignoring this subsequent master plan issue. Is there any real substantive risk? I mean, I guess I just got to ask it in that way. Maybe, please do, yeah, whoever wants to respond. I'm sure you're dying to be here till 7 p.m. as well.
And Mr. Chairman, when Charles gets through, I'd like to respond to his
Councilman,
question too.
Chairman, members of the council. Councilman Corbin, let me remember to thank you one day for walking into a bear trap. But let me try to explain to you simply why the MPC voted the way they did. A number of those members remember very well, better than some of you, what Jackson Heights was like. Now, some of you, I know, remember very well what Jackson Heights was like. It was one of the worst nightmares we had for housing our citizens. I heard the references during the meeting about, in essence, we don't want another Jackson Heights. Well, when you listen to the total, and that's what was presented by the Housing Authority, look at the map up here, the site plan. Phase 1 is the part to the right, and that was specifically what the board had in front of it, just that. Even though the overall site plan is representative of what the authority wants to do. I will say, with complete respect and regard for the Housing Authority, every single thing the MPC asked them to come back and tell them about, from the first meeting to the second meeting, the authority answered every one of them. They did exactly and more than what they were asked to do. I think it was probably fear, is the only thing I can say. Councilman, there are 9 members of the MPC, and I learned a long time ago when I was on the MPC that you don't try to second guess what Councilwoman McCullough says, or what you're going to say, or how you're going to vote, or why you vote the way you do. I can only tell you what I think I saw, and I guess it's a good thing that I'm retiring in almost exactly 6 months from today.
Wow.
But I do think that all things considered, when you look at the density of the Phase 1 versus the overall concept, I think that's what the board members were looking for, is something more open. Like, look right to your immediate left of the Phase 1, and that more open, internalized parking is what they were looking for. Now, good or bad, that's what they were asked to do, is make a vote, yes or no, and they voted yes or no. They voted no in this case. Obviously, they respect, and I do, as well as any other citizen, you're the ones who'll make the final decision. So at this point, I would just submit to you, it doesn't really matter what they thought or why they thought it. What matters is what you think.
Correct.
And what you agree to is exactly what will happen. Now, I do want to quickly add that it's one of the best plans that I have personally seen come out of the Housing Authority. And this project, if you want to call it that, I really don't like the word project, this development.
Right.
Is, with it being half the density of what it used to be, and with the openness that they are building into it, they have a whole new approach to providing better housing for our citizens. And that's what we're all about.
Right.
So I think the Housing Authority clearly gets a vote of, from me at least, of commendation. And I think of you, from what I've heard, for outstanding work. The entire staff, the architects and all, have really worked hard, and they've done their best to respond to what the MPC asked for. I don't think in any way that the MPC vote was considered to be a slap at the authority. Right. I think they simply thought it probably could have been improved upon, and that's why they voted the way they did. So I'm not trying to get you to change your mind or anything else. In fact, if anything, I would encourage you to vote today to approve it. So
Mike.
I'll be happy to answer any other question you might have. And you do owe me one, Mike.
I still got the floor.
Well, okay. It seems like to me that your 15 minutes of the floor might be open. Let me throw this in, and then we can come back to your floor. Charles, you're exactly right. We can sit here and nitpick this plan from now until.
This is District A, of course.
Right.
Well, it's a city too.
Yeah.
But we can sit here and nitpick this plan until tomorrow. And as I look, I think we have the votes to
We do.
to approve. And if there is any additional information that any council member would need, I would suggest that you would get that information to them. It's like you said, Charles, it's very hard to get 100% of what you want out of anything. This is a beautiful plan.
It is.
And, you know, I agree with the MPC. They have a right to their opinion.
Right.
But I also have a right to mine.
Absolutely.
And I think the final decision is up here. I wouldn't like to see us delay this, Travis, any longer, with the developers any longer. And, Mr. Chairman, I would actually call for the vote.
We've got 2 people in the queue. Finish up.
Okay. Hey,
Councilman Oliver Jenkins.
And I'm skip it. I'm it's not worth asking.
Thank you all.
So with that, I'd like to make a motion to overturn the MPC's decision of denial.
Second.
Motion by Councilwoman McCullough, second by Councilman Sam Jenkins. Overturn. Please vote.
We got our appeal in 10 days, didn't we?
and I believe that is 6 yes, 1 out of the chamber.
That approves the site plan, right?
Travis, you see why I go home and read my Bible, huh?
We have no other appeals. Are there?
There you go.
Are there any reports from officers, boards, or committees?
Yes, there is, but
are there any brief
Sam,
reports?
If you mind staying there, I'm going to be quick. 3 things we talked about in today's public safety, despite one member's absence today who was sorely missed in there. Almost didn't have a quorum, but fortunately for Mr. Shine, we did have somebody else show up. Okay, quick thing.
Gentlemen's room.
EMS.
I truly got tired.
EMS.
Oliver, please forgive me here.
You'd asked us.
Traffic jam. I got tired of it, a traffic jam.
And you're at Emberwood.
Yeah.
Okay. EMS. You asked us a month ago to review the validity of EMS and receiving that report and how much demand that is from the fire department. They say it's a minimal demand, 15 minutes of their time a month, but there was no person present at the Public Safety Board that saw the merit to continue us receiving that. If there's any time that we would like that to be received as an individual, you're welcome to send an email or whatever, you get a copy of that. So we're going to put forward a slight modification to an ordinance that was put out there because we don't think that the rationale for putting that ordinance together when it was done still is valid today. Okay. Secondly, we're going to come forward with a proposal to change the ordinance, and this is important for public notice, with regards to access to gated communities. It's a minor change, but it has a significant impact, and we need to discuss going forward as a council how we're going to, get the public involved in that decision, what they're going to need to do about that. And that's all the significant issues we talked about.
Thank you very much. Any other reports from officers, boards, or committees at this time?
I actually had a complaint I needed to submit to administration. Again, I'm hearing from Miss Helen Adger, 1349 Kennedy. She has an ongoing drainage problem, and I'm pretty sure you're familiar with her situation. So for the record, let it reflect that I did report it for the 20th time. Thank you so much.
Yeah, she has a claim that was denied and basically doesn't agree with it, but
well, I think she mentioned today, it appears as if though my hands are tied. And I tried to explain to her as her representative, it is my duty to receive her plaint as well as forward it to the necessary administrators and departments. But I don't actually own the equipment. I don't give the directives as far as when to do a project or when to go here or when to go there. I think the point I was trying to stress to her that I had done what I was supposed to do as her representative, and so and I really have, and so I would like for administration or someone that can actually reach her, because she's really confused and she's frustrated, to kind of let her know that there's not a whole lot I can do beyond this point other than report her issue. Thank you so much.
Okay, I'd like to be on the record with this, and this is really a question for Terry Scott. Still in here? Okay. We received a letter during the council meeting about some proposals from the mayor, and certainly I'm going to give those the due diligence that they require. And I'm not passing any judgment on this particular piece of communication. But my question that it's going to come up as I go through this specifically is, what is the status right now in the courts? Have we formally appealed?
A notice of appeal was served or given to the court on the day the judgment was rendered. And so once the judgment is actually signed, then there is a briefing schedule, and we don't know yet when our brief is due to the Second Circuit Court of Appeals.
Okay, and so just so that I understand for a non-lawyer, the June 21st deadline, what's the June?
21st.
June 21st is the date that the written verification is to be filed into the record. Is that the date you're referring to?
That's the date that Judge Emanuel has stated is the date that he wants to see the cooperative endeavor agreement signed.
Yes.
Okay.
Does the appeal trump that?
That's the $64,000 question. And Mr. Latier and I are actually going to meet on tomorrow to discuss that because, as you pointed out, if there is a notice of appeal that has been filed, then does that order from the court requiring the signing of the cooperative endeavor agreement suspend that until there's been a decision from the Second Circuit? So.
Okay, and I just want to make it clear that I don't have any, that has nothing to do with the discussion in here, but to go through that process, I kind of need to know where we stand with regard to that stuff. So I don't want that to be misconstrued.
All right.
Because I'm not against this proposal as I read it on the first blush, but
okay.
Anyway, okay. Anybody have any other questions about that legal part of the deal? Okay. Thank you for indulging us on the record.
Scott. I believe that brings us down, Mr. Thompson, the clerk's report, and please tell me of all days, we do not have a clerk's report.
Mr. Shannon's been giving me an evil eye, so.
Yeah. No, you can,
Three-page report.
no, you can hold up on your report for today.
Is there a motion for the council to resolve
moved,
itself
Mr.
into
Chairman.
the whole? Motion by the vice chair, second by Councilwoman McCullough. We are there, 7 yeses. Is there a motion to approve the minutes of May 28th? Motion by Councilman Oliver Jenkins, second by the vice chair, and that is 7 yes. Bill, any communications from the mayor's office?
Two very quick notes, Mr. Chairman. One, the Internal Communications Task Force this past weekend did host the Employee Appreciation Picnic. Went over very well, good weather. We think everybody had a good time, but I wanted to congratulate them because they did it with no taxpayer dollars. They raised the money and everything went well with that. Secondly, the mayor mentioned it yesterday. Yes, sir.
What park did y'all hold it at?
Southern Hills.
Okay, was it clean?
It was clean.
All right, let's just get it back there. I just want to make sure.
It was. And secondly, the mayor mentioned yesterday, the 4th Leadership Academy class will graduate on Thursday night, 6:30 at the Skybox.
Yeah, I wrote that down.
Thank you, Bill. Any additional communications from council members at this time?
Mr. Chairman, I certainly want to express my condolences to the family of Lee Gibbs. He was, I consider, a friend as well as someone that I worked with as a member of the New Elizabeth Baptist Church. And I just want his family to know that they are in our thoughts and prayers. I know arrangements are being made, and I'm sure that will be circulated among the city employees, but I would ask that all of us just keep his family in our thoughts and prayers.
Thank you. Councilwoman McCullough?
Again, I want to take this opportunity to thank you, Jeff, along with the rest of the council, for your support in the Jackson Heights, as Charles Kirkland said, development. Thank you so much. I appreciate your support. And thank you, Travis, Housing Authority, and you tell Mr. Harrington the same, and the developer as well. Thank you so much.
I believe we refer to that now as Renaissance.
Renaissance.
All right, that brings us down to public comments, and the council will now recognize Mr. Sammy Mears.
Probably not getting a 3-minute extension.
Thank you. Sammy Mears, 1901 Centenary Boulevard, Shreveport, Louisiana, 71101. I'm glad I'm not glued to the chair. I did want to say that Father's Day is coming up this Sunday, and I hope everybody here will have a happy Father's Day. And I had a real doozy myself for the past 2 days. What I mean by doozy is they were really good. First of all, I went out to see Monty Walford and gave him a Father's Day card, and one at Bill Girardi over at Cole Levis and Peterson, so they would know that I was just thinking about them. And I told Monty I'd make a special effort to say hello to everyone here for him. I'm sure he misses everyone here, even though he's off the council. And after I did that, I went on to the senior lunch and at the Highland Center, had a good lunch. And then today, I took Don Hanley, a good friend of mine, over to the Bossier Trejos on Airline Drive. And we had a good meal. I had the money, and he just gave me a call, and I came out to the front. We went over there, we had a great lunch together, and he said for doing so good, he'd make sure that I got brought here. So I left a note for Monty to let him know that I had talked to Jim Kramer just as of last week on the Mad Money show. And I asked Jim Kramer, what is the deal on the situation about Green Mountain Coffee Roast, which is GMCR? I got a very weird response when he said, I dropped mine and it fought back at me. Well, that was his reply at first, but he did say it's up like this high and then just needs to come down a little bit. So it was good talking to him for the 5th time, which I have done, because he's a real character. But I was asked today, if I had a choice between Jim Kramer and Dr. Phil, who would I go with over to the Bossier Trade Hose? So I had to choose Jim Kramer. I don't want Dr. Phil staring there at the table across from me going like, you're using the wrong utensil. And I'd say, yeah, and you're bald. He'd say, are you kidding me? So I'd rather just go ahead and take Jim Kramer, knowing that he's probably just a nut going like, and I'd say, do you need the lost and found? He'd say, why should I need the lost and found? The way you're smiling, I think you've lost it. And then just the other day, I was watching the Golden Girls for a moment, and Dorothy told Rose, we're all in temptations, Rose. That's what we're dealing with, the temptations these days. And Rose said, I didn't know you went to their concert. Thank you.
I didn't say that.
Not you, the other Rose. Not you, Rose. The other Rose, so dingbatted.
Okay.
I know you're not on the show, but Ron, I know what you're thinking.
Watching too much TV, man.
I'm not going to turn on the radio because there was nothing there. Thank you.
If there's no objection, and I'm not going to wait for one, we'll reconvene the regular council meeting. The committee rises and reports, and this meeting is adjourned.
Good job, Michael. Chairperson Michael Corbin. Good job.
What are we doing about this Strava thing?
Rod Richardson.
Rod sends an email that says we got to decide by tomorrow.